Festive armor set, also consisting of only 2 pieces, but thankfully covering a little bit more of the bottom half. This is just a nice, pleasant design cloth outfit matching the crazy dancing people in the Windmill Village, and, well, there is good reason for that. This armor is incredibly lightweight, as you might expect, and to get it for yourself, you'll need to once again farm a specific enemy, this one located by the Windmill Village site of Grace in the northeast of the Altus Plateau region. There are a ton of these enemies in the area. The ones with the yellow cloaks drop both pieces of the yellow armor set. The ones without cloaks will drop an altered version of the chest piece only, and the ones with blue cloaks drop a technically different armor set, which is the next entry. Thirdly, the blue festive set. It's basically the same, but blue cloak and a fair amount more ornate as well. And for a bit of a bonus, if you get the regular festive hood, you can alter it to just leave behind the crown of flowers, which also looks great. Fourth up today, we have the Duelist armor. There is a red version of this set that I've shown before, but this is a much more muted color variant, which definitely works better for mixing with other sets. It consists of a helmet, a chest piece, and legs. When you wear the set together, the hood actually goes over the helmet as well, making quite a nice effect. There is also a passive effect specifically on the helmet and the pants only that makes enemies more likely to attack you, specifically in situations like co-op, or if you have a summon, things are more likely to target you instead of the other choice. Unfortunately, this one can only be done before defeating Malekith. It comes from farming the Duelist enemies, but the only ones who drop it as far as I'm aware are the 2 in Lane Dell, the capital city. From the West Rampart site of Grace, travel past the Gargoyle and across the bridge, take a right up the path to see the first Duelist enemy. After defeating them, just further up the hill in front of the Colosseum is a second one of these fellas. Defeat them and return to the site of Grace, and repeat this loop until you've got the 3-piece armor set all for yourself. Fifth then, the blood-soaked armor set, which lets you wear full face and arm bandages absolutely, well, soaked in blood, as the name implies. The chest piece is just a nice, aesthetically pleasing ornate piece, and there are no pants included. As you might expect, it doesn't offer a massive amount of protection, but it definitely looks interesting nonetheless. To acquire it for yourself, you'll need to make 2 stops, the first of which in the sewers under Lane Dell. From the underground roadside site of Grace, simply take a left out of the big door, and then in the distance on the right is a corpse, and bam! The helmet and gloves of this armor set. The second stop has to be done once you've reached the Forbidden Land site of Grace at the start of the mountain top of the Giants region. From here, turn back and go up the elevator, but be ready to jump off of the backside after a moment to find a secret chamber, within which is the official's attire chest piece, and further along is the Blade of Calling if you want that as well. Sixth up today is the Fire Prelate armor set. We had a half chunk set, but this is full-on chunk, and I love it. This is the armor of the Fire Prelate enemies that you see on rare occasion, the Fire Monk Commanders, who shoot fire out of their heads. There is also an altered chest piece that you have to acquire separately without the red cloth that I actually really love the aesthetic of as well, and honestly, I love all of this, and almost definitely will be working the legs and maybe even the gauntlets into my regular fashion sets. As you may expect, it offers supreme amounts of damage negation of all kinds, and to acquire it for yourself, you'll need to get your farm on once more. The altered chest piece specifically comes from the Fire Prelate enemy in Fort Lade in Mount Gelmir, right near Seedwater Terminus. You can just waltz right in front door without being stopped by any enemies, then the Fire Prelate is there. Kill him, then refresh at the site of Grace and repeat until you get this chest for yourself. He doesn't drop the other armor as far as I'm aware, so if you want the head, the unaltered chest, the gloves, and the legs, then instead go to the mountaintop of the Giants region, specifically the Guardian's Garrison, by the White Ridge Road site of Grace. A very short walk up from said site of Grace is a Fire Prelate surrounded by smaller enemies. Take out the Fire Prelate, loot the body, and then split. Return to the site of Grace and repeat as many times as necessary. And then finally, the Eccentric set, which lives up to its name quite well, and I'm a bit of 2 minds about this armor. I really love a lot of the ideas within it, but the way that each piece actually comes together and forms the full set makes it nearly impossible to mix with other sets the way that I would really like it to. But hey, that's my own personal preference anyways. It is a pretty medium level armor set as far as the weight and negation, and if you want it for yourself, you'll have to do a quest line, specifically the one for Sorceress Selen, who you can find first in the Cellars of the Waypoint Ruins. If you want guidance on this questline as a whole, check out our video linked down below, but the important part is if you want this armor set, is that the final step to assist Selen instead of invading Selen. Upon winning the fight, you'll get the Eccentric armor set for yourself. And that just about covers it, everyone. I've been Cotton Dinosaur from Rage Gaming Videos, and this has been another set of 7 armor sets that you don't want to miss in Elden Ring. Are any of these going to become your new main set, or just bits and pieces mixed in a little bit? Like if you like the video, subscribe and hit the notification bell for more, and most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, until next time, stay sweet.
Josh, Cotton, and Hollow with the videos, dropping the humor like a hammer on your tippy toes, bringing entertainment on a daily arrangement to take our insanity and turn it into entertainment. Yes, I said entertainment twice, to reiterate that it is nice to look into your faces on a mostly daily basis when you let us in your homes to make the whole world a stage. Goodbye.
Finally, my collection of insect helmets is complete.
Man, what is with you and your obsession with strange headgear?
Excuse me? Yeah, you're a bit of a weirdo, huh? You two really bug me. Ladies, gentlemen, and tarnished of all
Moi, je
ages, you
rouge,
may
en
have
fait.
come across one of this set along your journey by happenstance, or maybe you've just seen them on the head of someone else in multiplayer, or even somewhere on the internet and are curious. What is up with the scarab helmets in Elden Ring? There are 5 of these bad boys in the game. Each of them has a different special bonus effect, though they all come with the negative of having negative damage resistances. And today I'll be telling you what each one is, and also how to get them, with a nice note that none of them come later than the Altus Plateau region. So this video is very much early game friendly. First up, we have the Ash of War Scarab Helmet. This one is a gray sort of ashy color, and it reduces the FP cost of weapon skills by around 15%, and thus is very interesting and usable for anyone who uses weapon skills majorly, which is, well, most if not all of us, as they are an integral part of the gameplay of Elden Ring. That's That said, stick around because in the world that you're okay with damage negation being lowered a bit, every one of these helmets has something to offer for some sort of playstyle, which is quite neat to have as a collection of things. To find this one, head to the Stormvale Castle, specifically the bridge that leads to the Divine Tower of Limgrave, but instead of going through the Waygate, just jump off of the ledge behind it to find this helmet laying on a corpse. Secondly is the Incantation Scarab helmet. This one has a notably golden hue and it reduces the FP cost of incantations by around 15%. If you're noticing a bit of a pattern here, you're probably not mistaken. Of course, this one has particular use for anyone who uses incantations as their main form of combat, for those who use them even over weapon attacks. To get this one for yourself, you'll need to complete a painting puzzle. First find the painting up here at the Artist Shack in Limgrave, then head southwest of the Agheel Lake to this little dip off of a hill to find the ghost of a painter sitting in a chair. Observe him for a moment and then receive the Golden Bug helmet. The Glintstone Scarab helmet has a bit of a teal coloring going on, a sort of muted representation of the glintstone effect as a scarab shell. The effect of this helmet, as you may expect, is to reduce the FP cost of sorceries by around 15%. As a result of that, anyone who uses sorceries as a main form of combat, hey, yeah, for you, this is pretty neat, don't you think? To acquire this for yourself, first you'll need to reach Rhea Lucaria Academy and defeat the first main boss of the area, then from the Site of Grace in that room, head outside and then jump over to the staircase, making sure to watch out for the rolling ball that comes down from above. At the top of the staircase, head through the door and then take a left. Jump through the window and tight left along a light little ledge will be a ladder. There is a very tiny shortcut that you can open that door to access in front of you, otherwise climb the ladder and kill the pumpkin head and couple of sorcerers sitting at the top. Then in the back left is a chest, open it and pick up this helmet for yourself. Fourth up is the Cerulean Tier Scarab helmet. This one breaks the mold a little bit. It is a lovely shade of, well, cerulean, and instead of lowering FP costs, it actually increases the amount of FP that you regain upon having a flask of Cerulean Tears by around 10%. This
Hello,
is a
Southern
much
Prime.
better
How
option
are
for
you?
anyone who uses sort of a mixed bag of tricks. Maybe Ashes of War and incantations, Ashes of War and sorceries, sorceries and incantations. Maybe you can use literally all three. Just do whatever you want. If you spend lots of mana, this may be of use to you. To acquire it for yourself, head to the
Nope.
town of Celia in Caelid. From the Celia Understair Site of Grace, head to the northeast side
Maybe
of
I
the town. Go up
will
the
try to
staircase
finish the
and jump
game
across the
this
roof.
week.
Jump from
Not
there
sure.
to the next one over, and then back over to the area with the railing. Perch yourself up on the railing and double jump using Torrent to reach the top. And then on this corpse at the end of the roof will be this helmet if you don't already have it. Finally then is the Crimson Tier Scarab helmet, a nice deep shade of crimson. This is of course the equivalent of the last one but for healing flask, giving you a 10% boost to healing at the cost of damage negation. Where this one becomes a little bit more interesting is the way that you can use it. Oftentimes it is safer to finish combat before using a flask to heal, and so you could easily argue that the greatest use of this helmet is to be swapped in before healing when already out of combat, then take it off again when finished healing. Essentially, this would mean that you'd never have it on when being hit, so there's no negatives. It just provides a 10% boost to your out-of-combat healing with none of the negatives if you use it in that way. To acquire it for yourself, you'll have to reach the Volcano Manor area, specifically the Temple of Aglay, Site of Grace. From here, go up the stone elevator just beside you, jump off the back end of the balcony that's up there, and then go across the stones until you reach the abductor enemy. Jump in the window that is beside them. And then out of the door, immediately on your left, drop down carefully to see a corpse, which is, of course,
Okay.
holding the Crimson Tear Scarab helmet. And with that, I hope that you've all gotten your intended use out of this. Either a bug helmet to actually use in combat, or just one that you want to wear for fashion because you're just into that type of thing, I guess. No judgment here, only Scarab helmets. Oh, and I guess also, because I used it in the intro, and I know someone's going to ask in the comments, the Land Octopus helmet is a particularly rare drop from the small Land Octopus enemies in the
Sorry.
game. It took me a long time to get this. I wish you the best luck if you try to
Kto
get
ma
it.
żyć akt?
I've been Cotton Dinosaur from Rage Gaming Videos. Like if you like the video, subscribe and hit the notification bell for more. And most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, until next time, stay sweet.
Josh, Cotton, and Hollow with the videos, dropping the humor like a hammer on your tippy toes, bringing entertainment on a daily arrangement to take our insanity and turn it into entertainment. Yes, I said entertainment twice, to reiterate that it is nice to look into your faces on a mostly daily basis when you let us in your homes to make the whole world a stage. Goodbye.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Wherever you are and whatever you're doing, I hope you're having a fantastic day. On today's episode of Things You Missed in Elden Ring, we're mainly going to be covering Southern Liurnia, and I'll also show you a couple of other points of interest that I left out of previous videos, but after reading through your wonderful comments and feedback, I now think they're worth calling out. And on that note, if you'd like to support the channel and you enjoy this kind of content, please like the video and consider subscribing to the channel. Thank you. You'll see I'm just to the southwest of the Carian Study Hall here. You'll actually have to come here from the south and run all the way north, from just outside of Stormvale Castle. And right where I am is a Tibia Marina boss. Once you beat the Tibia Marina, you'll get a death root and some skeletal bandit ashes. Now that we've beaten him, I'll meet you at the Artist's Shack just to the north. You can see where it is on my map, so you can run there if you haven't already unlocked the Site of Grace yet, and I'll meet you there. While you're here, just quickly go inside the Artist's Shack and you can grab a painting to add to your collection. I explain what the paintings do in my Stormvale Castle video, so make sure you go watch that one if you haven't already. And then you want to run to the south and beat up this Golden Leyndell Knight here. The first time you kill him, he will drop the Dragon Cult Prayer Book. As a faith user, this is one of my all-time favourite prayer books because it gives you Lightning Spear. Oh, I just love Lightning Spear. In every Souls game, I've adored Lightning Spear. Despite the fact everyone hates it, I actually think DS2 was my favourite because I had such a sexy faith build in that game. Once he's dead, run to the south and you'll see this little crater in the ground here. This is one of the spawn points for Alexander the Warrior Jar. So once you've progressed his questline a little bit further on and beaten Radahn, the next point he'll spawn is here. And this time, rather than just smacking him up the arse, to get him out you will actually need an oil jar. You'll need to lube him up first. Then you want to come right to the cliff edge just by the study hall here, and you can hop down these gravestones into Jarberg. Just make sure you explore this village. Just make sure you explore this village very thoroughly, as there'll be a few cracked pots and ritual pots around, which are great if you're using a lot of consumables in your run. Don't fight any of the jars here, they're all friendly. One of them is actually a key NPC. There is also a ton of exotic flowers, so many great crafting materials, so run around and just loot and grab everything you can. There's a Site of Grace to rest at, and then you can go and speak to Jarben just here, find out a little about him, and he ties in with both Alexander and Dialos's quest lines. You can't do much with him yet until you've been to and completed Volcano Manor. So the last thing you want to do before you head out of this area is go further south and you'll see a load of tombs with golden runes in. Everyone loves free runes, so grab them while you're here and then we'll move on to the next area. Now we're going to go to the Scenic Isle Site of Grace where Patches is, and head east until you come across Laskiar Ruins. There's going to be another one of them horrible bastard Royal Remnants enemies here that royally fucked me up a few times. But once he's dead, you can go around the area looting a few items here. You'll get a ritual pot, and you'll also come across a glintstone craftsman's cookbook too, which is right by another site of grace. Once you've cleared out and looted all of Lascar ruins, head to the southeast where I am just here on the cliff edge, and you'll see a spirit spring. Jump up it and you'll see another Everjail, and here you can fight Adan, the Thief of Fire. I don't know if I was just too aggressive to let him really get off any of his good attacks, but he seems really pathetic. Bless his heart, he's such a loser. Kill him dead, and you'll get the Flame of the Fell God, which is a very powerful, although incredibly slow casting and moving, giant ball of fire. Once you're done there, you can come to the southeast cliffs here and hop off onto this grave to grab a sacrificial twig, and then jump down and you'll come across a merchant. He doesn't sell much except a couple of smithing stones and the Nomadic Warriors Cookbook 11, which, as you can see here, lets you craft crystal darts, spell-proof dried liver, and shatter shard arrows. Once you're done with him and you've grabbed the Site of Grace, head to the camp at the south here and clear it out. Once all the enemies are dead, you can grab the Glintstone Craftsman's Cookbook 1, and then further southeast still will lead you back up the hill and back towards the Church of Irith. Now that you're here, if you didn't do so before, you can speak to Thops, give him the key we found, and send him off to the academy. Whilst you're speaking to him, he will give you the erudition gesture, which you need to access a few towers in the game. So this is definitely worth doing. We'll go and meet up with Thops at the academy in a minute, but just before that, head over to the Frenzied Flame Village outskirts here, and we're going to go east towards the converted Fringe Tower. And when you get to the tower, you want to pop on one of your glintstone helmets and then use the erudition gesture. Once your character flings their arms out, the seal will open. Be careful of the giant ball of masks that'll spawn.
Si, celui-là j'ai fait, je crois.
And then right at the top you can grab the cannon and the gavel of High
Ah,
Mass.
c'était là en fait. Ce côté-là, toi?
Whilst we're up here, holy crap does this game look awesome. You're too busy actually playing the game most of the time that you don't just stop and just look around and think, wow, holy shit. When you've done admiring the gorgeous view, teleport yourself to the schoolhouse classroom, head out the back towards the giant rotating lift, and just on the right hand side here you'll see Thops. And he's dead! Oh yay! We sent him to his death. You can grab his bell bearing, the Academy Glintstone staff, and Thops's barrier. And then to complete
C'est ça que j'ai pas actuellement.
questline.
Oh putain, il y a eu un moment. Bâton de l'éclat d'académie, ça j'ai déjà. Champ de force de taux. Ça. C'est une magie. Un champ de force capable de renvoyer les sorts. Ah, c'est juste là. Hein. Ah, mais comment tu casses ça en plein combat, toi? Là, c'est chiant. Hein. Ouais, mais c'est vraiment très... C'est très spécifique. Hein. C'est très chiant à sortir comparé à l'autre. Hein. Avec le truc, c'était largement mieux en fait, avec le bouclier en fait. Sortir un truc pareil en combat, c'est impossible. Je vais savoir, mais ça traverse vraiment les gens ça. Peut-être quand je...
Go back to the Church of Irith, and there'll be a scarab in his place.
C'est tout?
Place, which will drop the Ash of War, Thops's barrier.
Ah, j'avais déjà, c'est pour ça.
There is now just one final thing I'd like to show you that we didn't cover in Liurnia before, which is another prayer book. My dumbass doesn't bother showing you on the map where I am until I've finished doing everything. So from the Everjail where we beat Adan at the top of that hill, just follow the path all
Il veut monter ce camp-là, c'est ça?
all the way to the west, and you'll see this camp right at the end there. But once you take out all these flame monks here, you can then grab yourself the Fire Monk's prayer book, which lets you learn the O Flame and Surge O Flame incantations. Basically work the same way as Combustion. And now, apart from Western Liurnia, the Caria Manor, and the giant plateau on the south that you cannot access until later in the game, we have finished Liurnia of the Lakes. There was just so many things here, wasn't there? This was crazy. As always, please leave a like if you enjoyed, and if you want to see more, consider subscribing and hitting the notification bell. Thank you so much, I hope you have a wonderful day, and I'll see you soon. Bye bye.
Ah oui, j'avais oublié que si tu touches le gars là, il se barre direct en fait.
I cannot express enough how both beautiful and incredible this combo is. Hello, my fellow tarnished, who, like me, are filled to the brim with enthusiasm for all things magical. Today, I present to you an incredibly unique combo that is only quite literally possible with a single off-the-beaten path. You can easily miss it weapon in the game that on the surface looks completely innocuous, but through this combination ends up being a completely diverse multi-tool of choice that absolutely destroys. So what am I talking about? Well, let's get straight to this. You know Scholar's Armament.
Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Scholar's Armament.
Well, you do now. This is a often overlooked sorcery, and it's been in Souls for, well, the long haul. Simply buff your weapon with magical damage, right? It acts like a constant reusable version of the various greases, or magic grease in this sense, except exceptionally more powerful. And it doesn't hurt that it makes the weapon that it's used on look just beautiful. But how much damage does it actually add? Well, you know you're scaling on your glintstone staff, in this case the 413 of Lusat's. Well, it will add 75% of that to the weapon in magic damage. So in this case, it's a comfortable over 300 damage bump, which is then multiplied by all your other multipliers that increase your magic damage, which is obviously fairly hefty. It's potent, right? And can turn even a +0 weapon that we're not statted for, this random garbage weathered sword, into a 400 attack per hit machine. Obviously that's not going to blow you away, but that's kind of silly for just one little cast. Basically any weapon that this can be applied to becomes a death dealing machine.
But why?
On a high int build. But the key there is can be applied to. The reason we obviously don't see this on everything is because you can't put it on a special weapon. So you're not just going to whip out like a Dark Moon Greatsword and amp it up with this. That would be brokenly strong. And you also cannot put it on any weapon that you have Ashes of Ward into having a special property. So another type of elemental damage, or indeed magic damage, or bleed, or poison. Basically, unless the weapon is set to one of the base keen quality heavy or standard options, you can't no longer put Scholar's Armament on it. Which means it is impossible to put Scholar's Armament on a weapon that scales with int and does magic damage, because as soon as you get a weapon that scales with int or does magic damage, you've either got there via an Ashes of War set to magic or frost, or it's a special weapon that already does that, and thus you can't buff it with Scholar's Armament. Like, imagine how good it would be if you had a weapon that already did natural magic damage and already naturally scaled with int, and then you could put Scholar's Armament on it? That would make something monstrously powerful. But, alas, it's simply entirely possible. That's the juice today, ladies and gentlemen. Meet the Clayman's Harpoon. This is the only weapon in the entire game that has int scaling by default, magic damage by default, and can take an Ashes of War, and can be buffed with Scholar's Armament. And that is a recipe for success. Before we explore this further, a quick how and where. The Harpoon is farmed from, well, the Claymen down in Siofra River. Just head down the elevator from Limgrave and start slaughtering them up with as much item discovery as you can get, and eventually one of them will hand you this beautiful weapon simply as a peace offering to stop slaughtering hundreds of their people, because this is quite the rare drop. The actual Scholar's Armament itself is a standard starting sorcery sold by Selen when you first meet her in Limgrave, so that's easy to get too. So these two combined then are so much fun, because essentially we have a situation where we have a weapon that at +25 with a high int build is already really powerful, and it's a long-reaching spear with a good moveset that we can then double dip stack on top Scholar's Armament to amp the magic damage even more. which turns this into 800 to 1,000 per stab, just casual destroyer of enemies. And that's fantastic, right? That's unique to it and already really good. I would be telling you about it and telling you how good it is even if you couldn't change the default Ash of War that it comes with. But that's the thing, you can. So what we have here then is a double dip magic booming spear that you can put any Ashes of War a spear can take on, and as long as you keep it set to standard, which is what you want because that keeps the magic damage as high as possible, you can then have the utility of stacking this damage on top of an Ash of War. So if you take my personal choice, Spinning Weapon, well then suddenly you're doing 3 to 4,000 damage a spin on enemies, which is just wonderful. If you combine this with the Magic Scorpion from the Seleuphis questline, he'll reward you with it once you go far enough down with that. Simply buy all of his sorceries, buy a single puppet, he'll tell you of his plan, go get the item from it in Altus, go back to him, and then he'll reward you with this talisman. Combine it with Shard of Alexander, and then any damaging Ashes of War skill you put on this weapon is getting amped by both. Oh, and obviously just the Magic Scorpion by itself is giving an extra 12% damage to the already like nearly 550 natural magic damage this spear is now doing because of its unique setup, which is just amazing. So basically what I'm trying to put across here is Clayman's Harpoon gives you the unique opportunity to have a weapon that is scaling with intelligence, coated in Scholar's armament, and therefore doing ludicrous damage. But now you can take that ludicrous damage and apply it to any Ash of War a spear can take and get really impressive results because it's fueled by said ludicrous damage. Obviously you can get really creative with it. You can go a little bit more defensive utility mobility and Bloodhound step around, stabbing people with the monstrously powerful stabs, or get something like the Ghost Phantom and hit people really hard that way, or throw spectral spears. I mean, again, any Ash of War that your heart desires, and that's really what I'm offering you here. A PSA of, hey, look at the Clayman's Harpoon with Scholar's Armament. The combination of those two on a high int sorcerer build results in one of the most effective raw damaging weapons in the game, and then you can attach any Ash of War you want to it to end up with a really creative use for that base monstrous damage. So in my case, as you've been seeing on and off, the Spinning Weapon, you combine that with the Rodgier's set, which gives it 8% more damage, with Alexander's, with the Magic Scorpion, with the Magic Scorpion, with your Wondrous Physic, and you just start doing ridiculous pain with this spear on top of looking just... I mean,
Je sais s'il y a un autre moyen de gagner, justement. Le magique, d'ailleurs, c'est le seul que j'ai pas. Le Magic Scorpion. Aïe, aïe, aïe. Ah. C'est mort pour moi. C'est le blé, mais c'est quoi ça? Ah. Mais ce sont les games plus que je faut que je fasse ça.
love it so much. It's so much fun to just be holding this magic, glowing, mythical blue stick stabber of doom and I am having a lot of fun with it, and I really can't decide which Ash of War I like best. I think Spinning Weapon is your best pure damage option, but there's so much utility here, and I imagine some of you will come up with a really creative, cool way to use this incredibly powerful base weapon. So yeah, basically that's it. I hope you have been eye-opened by this, if you didn't know this was already a thing, and it's really cool. There is just this single weapon, the only weapon in the game that has the triple whammy property of int-scaling magic damage by default, can take Ashes of War, and is buffable with Scholar's Armament. That combination makes for some wonderful potential, and is certainly worth you having a play around with. In any case, like you've enjoyed this, subscribe for more, please consider supporting this channel on Patreon down below. It keeps going and it really does mean the world. Until we meet again, a good
Josh, Cotton, and Hollow with the videos, dropping the humor like a hammer on your tippy toes, bringing entertainment on a daily arrangement to take our insanity and turn it into entertainment. Yes, I said entertainment twice, to reiterate that it is nice to look into your faces on a mostly daily basis when you let us in your homes and make the whole world a stage. Is bye.
J'avoue. Si ouais, c'est le linge blanc. C'est truc vraiment intéressant, charmant.
Looking good in Elden Ring has never felt better. You can find a lot of incredible armor sets still in the endgame of Elden Ring, and some of them don't just get to look really awesome, they might also provide a secret bonus or might just drop alongside some really powerful weapons. That's why today we'll take a look at 6 more incredible armor sets you'll definitely not want to miss out on in Elden Ring. But speaking of things you don't want to miss out, if you really enjoy gaming discounts or just want to buy games at the best prices around, you should definitely check out Instant Gaming. I've been using their website for years, it never failed me, and every purchase you make doesn't just get to help you, it also helps out the channel in the process in case you want to show your support. They also helped me set up a ton of giveaways in the past, so if you also want to win free games or just get cheaper games, definitely check them out using my links down below. With that out of the way though, let's talk about the first set on the list, and that's going to be the really awesome and dark-ish looking Sanguine Noble set. This is dropped by a Sanguine Noble invader in the west part of the mountaintops in the middle of a rose field, so that's
Ah oui,
quite
non,
a
non, non.
fitting theme if I were to say so myself. Once you defeat the enemy, it will drop the head, chest, and feet with no wrist because yeah, there's no wrist for this armor set, but overall it looks absolutely stunning. It has a good amount of magic, holy, and lightning damage negation, a pretty good set of vitality and focus resistance, but of course you're probably going to aim for this just because of the looks. It kind of fits that mage sort of like vampire kind of character that you might want to build towards the end game. It just looks amazing, one of my favorite sets, and of course you look like a complete and utter badass. You can actually fit this quite well if you combine it with the Albric set, which you find also a bit later on in the game. It's another excellent choice for mages, especially if Fashion Souls is your true end game. You can easily find this in the first floor of the fortified manor once you reach the royal capital. It will be right there in the middle of it upon this corpse. You can definitely add the wrist from the Albric set to the Sanguine Noble and maybe even switch a few things around to make it look complete. Now, an advantage that the Albric set has is the fact that it comes with a 5% damage boost for each armor piece except legs to Thorn sorceries. So these, including the Briars of Sin and Briars of Punishment, will get a total of 15% damage boost if you have the whole set equipped, minus those legs. These are some pretty awesome looking sorceries, I'm not going to lie. If you want to play as a blood mage, it kind of fits. One of them can be used from really far away, while the other one causes the thorns to spawn around your character, so it's more aimed towards close range. That being said, it's just a shame that the damage on the sorceries are not that great. It could definitely be better, and if, well, From Software does something in the future, maybe we could create a build around this. Now moving on to number 3, let's talk about another favorite of mine, which is the Drake Knight armor set. You can find this from a chest inside the Crumbling Azula.
Side right reach. Oh boy, j'ai pas du tout envie d'y aller. Une des zones que je déteste le plus du jeu. C'était bah, je devrais être largement plus fort pour y aller. Mais... dégâts de feu. Ça te booste aussi, c'est ça. Non, c'est ça. Attaque physique.
You have to start from the sides, the Great Bridge waypoint right here towards the end, and this
Ah merde, j'ai oublié que je peux pas me faire invoquer vu que j'ai toujours le mot de passe, bordel. Crétin que je suis là. C'est pour ça que depuis ce matin je me fais pas invoquer. « 3 millions là, personnellement, je préfère les bouffer tout de suite parce que c'est que je vais me faire tuer sinon. C'est parce que je peux monter plus en vrai. 260. 500 000 pour monter de niveau, puis on t'attache. Je vais vraiment finir le jeu parce que là j'avoue que les gameplays vont m'aider, hein, ils me saoulent.
Instead of heading over towards Malekith, you will want to instead turn back and head inside one of these big buildings right here in front of you. From here, just exit the first balcony to the right side and then head over to the northeastern corner right.
que je dois faire? Je vais le creuser, puis là. Ah. C'est comme ça le terrain. Ah. Ah. Effectivement.
Right here, where you will see there's a platform with a beast below you. Jump down, defeat the enemy, or ignore it, doesn't really matter, and then follow the bridge until you reach this lift.
M'en veux pas, hein, mais franchement, j'ai pas envie de t'affronter. Clairement. Clairement, j'ai pas envie de t'affronter. J'ai plus... Oh merde, j'ai plus envie de forcer dans le jeu. J'ai vraiment plus envie de forcer, ça me saoule en fait. Je suis à 2 étages, intéressant. Son premier étage, je peux sauter, je pense. Ça faut que... Ah. Pas sûr que Mickey sauter en vrai, hein. C'est du tout. Ah, putain, elle est juste, gars. Ah, je suis dépité là. Le train, les bordels de juste, gars. Putain, les écœurant là. Putain, il est juste, gars. C'est genre 1 centimètre et c'était bon, quoi. Putain de petits centimètres, gars. Échapper. Putain, ça foutage de gueule. C'est pas que là, je peux plus le tenir. C'est ça le coffre. Ah, ok, enfin j'ai eu. Enfin. C'est rien de spécial en vrai.
In front of you. Activate this, and from this point on, head over to the left side. This will bring you to this end area with the chest, which is going to contain the entire armor set right away. As I've said, this is one of the most unique armor sets right now in Elden Ring. It's the only one that features actual dragon wings, from my knowledge, as a form of a cape on your back, so it kind of feels like you're wearing that as a badge of honor of sort after defeating so many dragons in the game, and it looks quite awesome, even though I kind of wish that the wings on the back were symmetrical. It also comes with a pretty good fire resistance and some nice poise at 29, with the set weight of being just 22, so I would say that that's quite a nice combo right there to have for a good looking set. Now moving on to number 4, let's talk about a really impressive armor of Zamor, and of course also the weapon that you get from the same encounter, actually a boss inside of the giant conquering hero's grave right here in the mountaintops. Now to reach this area in the first place, you have to start from the giant race and keep the right side until you reach kind of like this edge with the ruins. You have to head over the side, take the lift, and this is going to bring you to the bottom. From this point on, what you want to do is to jump into the first big room, ignoring all of these enemies. If you feel overwhelmed in the later stages, you can definitely use this light platform to remove the shade of the enemies, because otherwise you cannot kill them. Once you do that, head over deeper into the ruins until you reach another one of these elevators that will bring you down further into the level. Once you're done, what you can do is to go ahead and open up the big gate using the contraption right next to it, but at the same time I also recommend going back to the lift and just activate it and then jump off it, because this is going to also unlock a second platform with a light, and you will need that to defeat a shaded troll that's protecting the boss area. So do that, defeat the troll, and this will leave you for the final room where you will have to defeat Zamor. Now he uses a ton of ice, he can deal a ton of damage, it's pretty mobile for a boss, so what you want to do is to just, well, use AoE like how I did. If you want to check this build, I already covered it in a previous video. But once you defeat them, they drop the entire set and also a really powerful sword that comes with an excellent kind of like frost AoE effect. Now this one weighs even less than the previous Drake Knight set and gives a similar amount of poise rating. Is it the most tanky in the game though? Well, not really, but does it really matter? You probably get these for the cool aesthetics, the cool dreads, and of course the nice chain hanging from your left hand. Kinda looks like something an arcane user might want to, well, wear when playing with that sort of build. Moving on to number 5, let's talk about one of the coolest characters in the game, Heure, and of course the cool armor set that they wear, the Ronin armor set. You actually can get this during the questline for Heure. It begins below the archway just south of the lake in the starting area after you have defeated the dragon in that zone. Now there's a few ways in which you can get this armor. One of them is by just completing and finishing Heure's questline, which includes fighting a bunch of invaders, even the one at the Academy Bridge, and Eleonora, who also drops her pole blade, which is super useful for any bleed build. Or you can simply ignore the entire questline, even ignore the character, and eventually once you reach the mountaintops of the giants at the Zamor Ruins waypoint, you will encounter the character in its final stages anyway. But it's going to be actually possessed by somebody, so you're not going to get a good ending out of it. You will still be able to defeat them, and they will fully drop the armor set. It looks really awesome, especially if you're a fan of samurai themes. Past that samurai starring armor, this is the other one.
Oh putain de merde. Évidemment. On va te faire foutre. C'est la première fois que la flanque est ça. Pourquoi tu viens sur moi? Sérieusement. Oh putain de merde. Ouais, c'était vraiment une game normale. Enfin, pas une game normale, jeu normal. C'est même pas une game plus. C'est de la game plus.
One that also makes you look really close to Ghost of Tsushima if you ever enjoyed that game. I definitely did, so for me it's the next best thing. And finally this brings us to number 6, and that's going to be the Rotten Gravekeeper set. And of course, if you're playing with a sort of look, this is probably the best one right now in the entire game. Now to get this, as well as a couple of rotten weapons, you have to defeat 3 duelists you can find in the mountaintops of the giants, part of the set, and a cool weapon with a rot build-up. Now the first one will be located just west of the consecrated snowfield side of Grace. It's gonna be located right here in the middle of this graveyard sort of location, and defeating them will drop the rotten duelist helmet as well as the rotten battle hammer. The second one will be located northwest in Ordina, the liturgical tower.
Lui, j'ai
You
déjà
will
fait,
find
lui.
the enemy at the edge of this cliff, and once you defeat them, they will drop the Rotten Duelist Greaves and of course the Rotten Great Axe. The third and final one will be located at the end of the consecrated snowfield catacombs, so you will have to actually unlock this and also the final boss room. So here is a quick guide to navigate these tunnels. Head over
Celui-là,
through
je l'ai fait,
them,
je crois.
ignore the enemies up until you reach this bigger room with a tall statue pillar that kinda shoots a ton of ice around it. Hit it so that you can access the tunnel on the right side more easily, and then from here reach the room with the stairs right in front of you. From this point on, don't go up the stairs, but instead head over below the archway and then immediately use this gap right here to enter into the second room. From this point on, defeat the enemy or ignore it, and then head over to the right, upstairs, and then just jump on the pillar that you made go downwards. Hit the pillar carefully without falling. This will bring you upwards to a secret area where you will find the lever that you need to activate to open up the boss room. And from this point on, all you have to do is to head over back to the start of the ruins, right inside of the boss room, and you will want to defeat the final duelist for the final piece of the armor. Now, of course, you don't have to wear that helmet piece if you don't want to. It is kind of big and I don't like it, but if you want to like cosplay as a Kratos kind of character, it's definitely an option and probably the best one right now in Elden Ring. It's also going to attract enemies' attention, and no, that's no pun intended, it actually has a similar effect to the talisman called Shabiri's Woe, which also attracts aggro from enemies much easier than if you were to not have this equipped. But it's totally worth it because then you get to look the part, it looks fully red, looks really awesome, and it only weighs about 15 with the full set equipped, so definitely worth it. These are all of the 6 armor sets for now. Totally let me know down below which one of these is your favorite, how many of these have you gotten so far, and of course also I'll see you guys in the next video, so peace out.
Le pied, j'ai vu. C'est la main en fait qui a droppé, non? J'ai un peu fait attention à ce qu'il a droppé ce con. C'est pas ça. Ça depuis longtemps j'ai. C'est le casque que j'ai droppé. Le pied je l'avais déjà en plus. Ouais. C'était pas. Oh, je me dis que le casque là m'a même fait. Ok. Je peux mettre le casque. Putain, le gars m'a fait peur, ce con là. Plus mon putain de point. Oh Jesus Christ. Oh putain de merde. Il y en a deux. Oh putain de merde. Pièce que je vois que dalle en plus. C'est ça le plus agaçant en fait. De rien voir en fait. Des pires choses. Putain de bizarre de merde là. Je sais même pas si je vais tomber ou quoi et je suis obligé de trucs en fait. Il est littéralement au putain de hasard. Tu sais, le bâton est si lourd que ça, t'es sérieux? Il faut que je gueule, hein. Putain, abusé quoi. Ça annule même la lumière du truc en fait. Non mais c'est pas pour autant que ça va bien illuminer le truc aussi, genre. Un petit peu plus, mais... Putain. Jesus Christ. C'est même pas où je vais, hein. Que j'en ai mis un talent. Je crois qu'on aurait fini, mais... C'était ça, je crois, non?
Doing a video, and today guys I'm going to showcase to you how you can get this amazing weapon and armor set, a pretty rare one. I haven't seen many people actually post about these, especially
Du coup, j'ai déjà celui-là en fait.
video. So today
Où il a trouvé cette merde là? Mais c'est ce qu'on dit ce que je veux en fait.
So my beautiful people, I am back with another Elden Ring video, and a short but sweet one today guys, showcasing to you an actual mask I got by accident, had no idea it was in the game. It's super unique, it's mad looking, and it's called the Black Dumpling. What the heck is all this about? How's it going guys, my name is DPJ, and if you do enjoy the video, leaving a like, it really helps out, and if you like what you see and want to see more, be sure to subscribe. Okay, so the mask itself, the Black Dumpling, crazy name. Okay, so as you can see here, there is an
Attack
attack
when
button.
the
When
waves
the wearer
will
suffers
suffer
madness.
from
That's
madness.
actually real unique.
C'est
Seriously
pour
unique.
le Bill
I
Magnus en
know
fait.
there's some thoughts going through some people's heads watching this thinking, yeah, I could actually do with a mask like that. But yeah, how it's got. Like I said, it ain't no use to me, but I know it will definitely be useful to somebody out there. Well, not useful for me at the minute. When I create a madness build, it probably will be. Okay, so where this is obtained is pretty simple. Well, firstly, you need to come to the Temple of Eagle. This place is under Volcano Manor. Basically, the area, I mean, a lot of people have been here already. If you don't know how to get here, guys, I'll put a link in the video description to a previous guide I made. It's like 13 secret areas and hidden paths. That will bring you to here. There's an actual Godskin, is it Godskin Noble, Godskin Duo boss here you have to take out. Once you take them out, you'll get the actual grace point, but you actually don't need the grace point to actually get this thing. I'm just using it from this direction, you know. So you want to come out here. In fact, if you actually, the first time you come to this area, you'll come up these steps, guys, and you'll come into the room where the boss is. You don't need to go into the boss. Just turn this way, turn left, guys, and then activate the bridge. You'll have to activate the bridge. The bridge will come down or come up, I can't remember, and then go across it. Now there may be more of these ads somewhere else in the game. All I can say is, and showcase to you guys, is where it dropped from me. As simple as that. I mean, if anyone else knows where there's more of these ads in this area, or in this game even, which ain't such a pain to...
Rien. Ce radar. Je suis trop loin, j'ai l'impression de courir lourdement en fait.
get to, please let everybody else know down below in the comment section.
Bon, le but tu fais aussi pour qui toi? Putain, je pouvais pas. Ils attendent putain.
Section, guys, that's what we gotta do. Gotta help each other out. So you run all the way down here and past all these, try and dodge this big old dirty bird who's gonna try and put me in the stomach. No. Leave me alone. And run down here, guys. Just keep running down here. Past these dogs, don't worry about them, don't stress about them. And you'll see this big old, well, it looks like a Wayne Manor, but yeah. That front door actually won't be open. You actually have to open that front door, which I'll show you where to go and how to do that. So you want to jump off. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm gonna come down this way. And there's a ladder here. Yep, this is the way. Almost forgot. And come up this way, guys. I think you have to jump down into the back door. Let me have a quick look. I should have probably. Is it down here? Yeah, it's down there. So you need to jump down onto that now. Probably take some damage. I can't remember. Oh no, it should be good. And you're coming through this way. Now the ads, basically, guys, are roaming around this area. And like I said, I was just wandering around. Is it in this area actually? Oh, let me get rid of him. Let me get rid of this dude because he hits hard and he's gonna kill me. Oh shit! Well, you ain't killing nobody. Get out of here. Get out of here. It's this area. There's a way out of here somewhere. Is it there? Yep. You can go through that way. There we go. And now we'll end up down here, guys, and you can go through this door, and you'll see a lot of these like weird. I don't think that's one, but they are. There's one right there, guys. See him here? Drop me. Oh, Snaky Boy's back. Get out of here, big boy. So yep, there's loads of them in this area, guys. Tons of them. So yeah, what you want to do is, guys, just farm them. Obviously, silver tier helmet mask, the silver scarab helps out as well. I mean, I've killed these tons of times in the past. I've never had this helmet drop. It's obviously a rare drop, but it is super unique. So yeah, guys, it's definitely worth your time. You farm these 100%. But yes, that's how you get the black dumpling mask. Absolutely amazing. I don't think there's a grace point in here. If there is, I haven't found it yet. Let's quickly from up here. Add up here. Probably not. I don't know. No, that ain't one. That isn't one. Yeah, there isn't a grace point in here. I don't think. But yeah, guys, that's the only way I know in which you can farm this black dumpling mask. Hey, like I said, if anybody else knows, please let anybody else know down below in the comment section, because this is going to be a useful mask for many people, guys. And there you have it, another short but sweet video on how to get this wild black dumpling mask. Wow, craziness. And there we have it, guys. If you enjoyed the video, leaving a like really helps out. If you like what you see, want to see more Elden Ring, be sure to subscribe, and hopefully, people, I will see you on that next one.
Je rentre dans la pièce, les gars, en tout cas. Pas de trigger. Puis le gars puis te disait qu'il y a juste un point de sauvegarde, t'es là en fait. J'ai fait tous les armes mineurs là quand même. Putain. Mais ça. Mmh. Oui. Ça est juste dommage, c'est juste lié magique en fait. faut t'en faire vraiment le payer max. Ça, on peut dire double lame, il est puissant. Waouh. C'était extrêmement dégueulasse ça. C'était extrêmement dégueulasse ce que tu viens de faire. C'est pas comme ça. Ah, j'ai esquivé, mais c'est pas grave. Il n'aurait pas dû essayer de faire quelque chose.
Hello there friends and welcome. This is a guide on how to build a very powerful critical hit focused character, capable of dealing very high damage through all of the critical hit sources, parrying, stance breaking and of course backstabbing. With this build you'll even be able to stun lock some of the toughest bosses into massive critical hit chains, and even restore a lot of your health and FP with each of your critical hits. And like all of my guides, I'll also show you how to make this build viable from the very early game, as to help you take on all of the open world threats the game has to offer. So without further ado, let's get started. First with your starting class. My preferred choice is actually Vagabond because it is a very solid class overall with great starting stats. Your starting weapons don't really matter that much because with this guide you'll soon get the best ones, even at the early game. On the other hand, you can also go with Bandit, as they do start with the Buckler, a very powerful small shield for parrying, and also a Dagger, which has higher critical damage. But like I said, it doesn't really matter that much, and this build won't really be using anything that benefits from their higher starting arcane. So I would keep to Vagabond. As for your keepsake, remember to go with the Golden Seed as usual, because how powerful an extra flask can be in the early game, as you're still learning how to play with your character. Now to start with our build progression, I want to begin with the stance breaking way of achieving critical hits. For those of you that don't know, whenever you deal enough poise damage to an enemy, they will get stunned and fall down to the ground, which then lets you perform a free critical hit on them. There is a super easy way of achieving this multiple times as early as the game starts, through an Ash of War called Flame of the Red Mains. This skill will release an arc of fire towards your enemies that can actually hit multiple enemies and even pierce through them for very high fire damage. Most importantly, the poise damage it deals is amazing. Usually, most of the enemies take around 2 hits to be stance broken. Some, however, like the dogs and the prawn enemies, get stance broken with just a single hit. And as far as bosses, usually 2 to 3 hits. There are really no words to say how powerful this skill is at the moment. It is very stacked and combines everything you could want. Area of effect, high damage, piercing, and poise damage. Now do note that you can even stun lock bosses with this powerful skill, because after you break their stance once and get a critical hit, they'll fall down. And right as they're going through their recovery phase to get back up. In this small period of time, you can get another Flame of the Redmanes going, for what's pretty much a free hit, thus reducing the amount of times you have to cast it while the boss is actually attacking you, to easily stance break them again and again. Just look at poor Melania here, not even the ultimate super boss is able to survive our Flame of the Redmane and critical spam, because as I've just said, whenever she's trying to get up you get a free hit, and then you just cast it again to easily stun lock her into oblivion. Now getting Flame of the Redmanes is super simple and can be done even at the start. It is right here at Fort Gael North, at the start of the Kaelid region. So from the starter grace of the game, the first step, hop on your horse and then follow the road here until you reach Stormhill Shack. Then simply head west along the road and you'll soon reach Kaelid. Now go south for Fort Gael, and as soon as you reach the Fort Gael North Grace, just move a little bit north and you can already see some twinkling lights here going around. That means there's a rolling scarab who is invisible, so what you want to do is wait until he crosses the path again and attack as they're coming right over. Now that we have the easiest way of achieving critical hits consistently even against bosses, let us talk about the best critical hit weapon in the game, the Misericord Dagger. This weapon has the highest critical multiplier of 140, thus ensuring you deal very high critical damage, and you can still achieve decent attack rating even though it's only a dagger. Note that this will work for all sources of critical hits, stance breaking, backstabbing, and parry. The Misericord Dagger is right here at Stormhill, but to actually enter it, we have to first defeat Margit the Felbonen. I know he's considered one of the toughest bosses in the series, but trust me, with the Flames of the Redmane that we just got, Margit is very simple and very easy to defeat. You will get stance broken with just 2 castings, so you can easily overpower him through a massive chain of critical hits. A very easy way to do this is dodge one of his attacks, use your Flames of Redmane, dodge again and use it again. This will stance break him, you get a free cast as he's getting back up, then you dodge once because of how fast he is, cast Redmanes again, he'll be stance broken again, repeat. It's that simple. Well, so to get the Misericord, after you defeat Margit, you have to go into the main armory room, the same place with the big portrait of a certain important character, and the grafted Scion enemy. There are many ways of getting here, through the courtyard for example, from the Rampart Tower Grace, and you can even unlock a lift, leading up to the Grace down here to the armory. Alright, so from the start of the portrait room, simply turn left, and go past this door. Now use a stone sword key here, defeat the 2 enemies, and right at this corpse, we'll find the Misericord Dagger, close to the bookshelf. Alright, so now that we already have the best critical weapon and the easiest critical skill, let us work on 2 very important talismans. After all, we've just defeated Margit too, so we have unlocked our second talisman slot. Both of these talismans are amazing for any critical focused character, and the best part is both can also be acquired very early in the game. So first we have the Assassin's Crimson Dagger talisman. With this, whenever you score a critical hit, you also restore your hit points by around 10% your maximum score, plus a flat 85. Now here's the best part. Whenever you score a critical hit against a big or large enemy with a dagger weapon, such as our Misericord that we just got, your character will perform 2 attacks during the same critical hit. What this means is the benefit from your Assassin's Crimson Dagger will be applied 2 whole times for 20% of your health restored, which is simply amazing for survivability, thus reducing the amount of times you have to rely on your hit points healing flask. An interesting note is that, well, pretty much all of the bosses are bigger than your character. Even bosses like Melania, who aren't that big, still get 2 attacks on a critical hit for double your healing. This lets you, well, miss parries and even trade off some hits with the enemy while attacking them with your Flames of the Redmane, while still retaining high hit points. You can get the Crimson Dagger by defeating the boss at the Death Touch Catacombs here, an area that is very close to the Saint's Bridge Grace, the Black Knife Assassin, a boss that is very simple to defeat with your Flame of the Redmane's ability. For another very important talisman, we have the Assassin Cerulean Dagger. The counterpart to the Crimson Dagger, except in this case, we get 15 whole FP points restored upon a critical hit. And just like with the Crimson Dagger, you also get twice this effect applied whenever you score a dagger critical hit against larger enemies, for 30 entire FP points restored. Your Flame of the Redmanes costs around 14 FP. You can easily make up for the entire cost, so you won't even need to spend points into Mind or get many FP flasks. With just these two talismans, our character will restore a big amount of both hit points and also FP on every critical hit, for amazing survivability. And to find the Cerulean Dagger, you'll have to defeat a secret boss right here in the Black Knife Catacombs area, in northeastern Liurnia of the Lakes. The easiest way to get here is to just teleport to the Eastern Tableland Grace, then follow the road here and turn east until you reach the Black Knife Catacombs. Once inside, you want to go down the stairs, past this area with the fog wall and the stone sword statue, then turn right here, and you'll see this area with the blades going up and down. Now you can already see a platform there to the left. The way to get there is to wait for the blade to come down, then wait right here and the blade will take you up. So just jump. Keep going right ahead. Now in case you might be wondering, some of the skeleton enemies here, they'll keep respawning forever until you defeat the torch carrying zombie enemy. Anyways, after you reach this area, there will be an invisible wall right over here, and just ahead of us, another Black Knife boss that we have to defeat for our long-awaited Cerulean Talisman. Alright, so now that we know how to properly stance break the enemies with ease, and trust me, what I have taught you so far can carry you through the entire game, let us focus on the other ways of achieving critical hits. First, with parrying. To do a parry, you first need to have a shield equipped, and the shield must have a parry skill. Whenever you press LT or L2, your character will do a parry. Your parry can be either faster or slower depending on your shield, small shields having the quickest ones. Usually after parrying an enemy, they'll also get stunned, which lets you perform a critical hit on them, usually for higher damage than that of a stance break. Parries have both a startup time when you actually start swinging your shield at the enemy, and then a recovery time afterwards. The key is to hit the enemy with your shield parry as soon as they start swinging their weapon at you. It can be a bit tricky, and this will depend based on the enemy and how fast they swing their attacks, but you'll soon get the hang of it. And trust me, spamming parry is not really the way to do it. Also, do note that not all attacks can be parried. Usually, if the enemy is not swinging their weapon at you, chances are you probably won't be able to parry that, but there are some exceptions. The best of the parries early game is the buckler parry. However, here's also to show you against the two best parries overall that you replace your buckler parry. So you don't really need to have to control any shield from now on, you work the same way. First we have the Ashford golden parry. This parry is very special and it's as fast as the buckler parry, but most importantly, it can actually let your character parry a wild range. So your parry will gain an area of effect, marked by this golden circle whenever practicing your parry. This is actually my preferred parry because of how much easier it makes parrying certain attacks, especially with enemies that have weapons that don't reach like halberds or spears. Plus, being able to parry an area is amazing, especially for enemies, or even normal exploration in the game. Concentrating does let you stay somewhat away from the enemy, so you don't need to be as close. Now to find golden parry, you have to complete a scarab. Right here is the section of the bell. You'll have to climb up the stairs and eventually complete this area here. You can see the scarab there. A very simple way to complete the scarab is to walk up the stairs here, climb, follow along the ledge, and you can then hit the scarab with a jumping attack. Pretty simple this way. Now Now, another powerful parry is the Ash of War Carrion Retaliation. This does not have an area of effect like Golden Parry. On the other hand, its unique quality is that it can actually let you carry magical attacks, including magical projectiles. Whenever you parry a spell, you'll get some floating magical swords around your character that will then attack the enemy when you get close. You can find Carrion Retaliation by buying it from an NPC at the Carrion Manor area, but to get where he is somewhere around here, you'll have to drop down from the Three Sisters cliff around here, the southeastern part. My preferred shield for both of these powerful parries is the Iron Round Shield. A small shield, so it does have faster parry windows, but most importantly it is also the small shield with the highest physical negation, 80. So even if you botch your parry, chances are you'll still block some of the damage the enemies deal to you. You can find it by buying it from the merchant right here in the beach around the starter area, very close to the coastal cave. Alright, so now let us talk about the last remaining critical hit source, the ever so fun backstabs. Doing backstabs is very simple, as the name itself implies, you have to hit the enemy from their back for a very tasty critical hit. Also, don't forget that you can use your crouch ability to sneak around foes and easily get backstabs against them. Whenever you spot an enemy that's not moving around, they are prime targets for backstabs, and there is a surprising amount of them in the game, even at the late game. Now, when it comes to the faster enemies, it can be somewhat hard to get backstabs going against them. So here's a simple way of doing it, through the aid of the infamous Ash of War, Bloodhound Step. Bloodhound Step will highly increase the power of your dodge by making you pretty much kinda blink away towards the enemy in whatever direction you are facing. So it does wonders for backstab fishing. You can find Bloodhound Step by defeating the Night Cavalry, so during night time, at this bridge right here, directly north of Lens Rise. Alright, so at last, let's talk about stat allocation for our critical hit focused character. Your main damage attribute, well, you have many ways of doing this, but for me, it's going to be strength. The reason is simple, you can get strength scaling in your Misericord dagger, because the stance breaking way through Flame of the Red Mains is by far the easiest. And as soon as you get this Ash of War, you can apply the fire enhancement to your dagger weapon. The scaling might not be the best at sea, but trust me, it does the trick just fine because you can eventually get more than 800 attack rating. The key to getting big critical damage is to actually split your damage between physical and then one of the other sources, so magic, fire, lightning or holy. With this you already have fire, and there are quite a lot of ways of increasing your fire damage in the game, which will not only increase your critical damage because of the fire we have on our Misericord, but also the damage of our Flame of the Red Mains, which can get pretty high. With 61 strength, whenever you add the bonus from Godric's Great Rune for a +5, you'll have 66, and then when you two-hand your dagger, it will become the equivalent of 99 for the highest strength modifier possible. As far as Faith, I do recommend you have 20 to 20 or 25 if you don't have Godric's Great Rune, just so we can have access to some of the best Faith buffs, including Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength, which will actually empower our critical hits twice. First, because of the increase to physical damage, and second, the increase to fire damage, which our dagger also has. The rest of the points can certainly go into Vigor, for a very nice amount of hit points. And here's the fun part about just going with strength. You do get quite a lot of leftover points that you can spend whatever. We aren't even level 125, which is the cap for some players, and we still have a lot of points to spare in whatever you want. If you don't care for strength and the fire upgrade, you can also make your Misericord into, let's say, quality, and then invest a lot of points into faith, so you can then add the lightning property to your dagger through a weapon spell buff. And the same goes for intelligence through the magic damage property. Okay, so before I finish this guide, let us talk about other gear choices for our critical character. We already covered the weapon, so Misericord, a sacred seal to cast some faith buffs. As far as armor, the choices are really up to you, you can go with whatever you want, but I do think the Black Knife set really complements the entire sneaky critical damage style of the build. especially because it will reduce the sound of your footsteps for easier backstabbing. As far as talismans, another very important amulet is the Dagger Talisman, because it will increase your critical damage by a lot. You can find it in the Volcano Manor dungeon area. Besides that, Fire Scorpion Charm if you went the fire damage route, and most importantly, if you like using Flames of the Redmane, then the Shard of Alexander that you get at the end of Alexander the Jar's quest, because it will increase the damage of your skills by a lot. For other powerful sources of generic damage boosts, we have ones such as the Ritual Sword Talisman. Please remember that I already have a guide linked to the site here and down below on how to min-max damage through all sources possible in the game. The same goes for tanking with your character, even as a sneaky rogue or thief type. There are other ways of doing this without having to rely on heavy armor. Alright everyone, so this was it for my critical build guide. If you found this guide useful, then please remember to like, subscribe, and even consider becoming a channel member. Be sure to comment any other ways that you have when it comes to increasing the power of your critical hits. Thank you for watching and see you next time, friends.
It's so terrible you make one mistake. You're at the beginning of a game. You make one mistake, it's unforgiving. That doesn't make good game design. That doesn't make good gameplay. It's annoying. I don't like it. I'd rather play Devil May Cry 3 any day, Ninja Gaiden any day. This isn't fun.
What's up, my fellow gamers? I hope you guys are all having a great day today, just full of so much positivity and happiness, dude, because we're going to be watching a very positive YouTube video here that I think just will make everyone's day a little bit better, because I'm going to be honest here, this is one of those type of videos that I live for, man. Whenever I see a video like this uploaded to YouTube, it just immediately puts a smile on my face. It makes me so happy that I'm able to do what I do and share it with all of you guys, because this is a very special moment for me, and I genuinely am looking forward to making this YouTube video. Now, we are all familiar with Elden Ring and FromSoft games at this point. You know, they have a reputation for being, let's say, unforgiving at times, but always fair. Whenever you mess up or die or something, it's usually your fault. Like, there's very few cases where the game itself is actually flawed. There's always a way to overcome whatever challenge you're facing. You, as a player, just have to adapt and be willing to learn from your mistakes in order to overcome the issues that face you. And this is what makes the Dark Souls series, Demon Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, and now Elden Ring such enjoyable experiences, and really unlike a lot of other games. Like, the Souls genre was like a breath of fresh air into a gaming industry that really just held your hand through everything. Like, especially with Elden Ring, you're kind of just plunged into the world. You're not really given a major sense of direction. You have to kind of figure it out as you go. You explore this open world. You can tackle things in whatever order you want to. It leaves a lot of just choice to the player, which has been really enjoyable from my perspective, and I think most other people who have played the game. I mean, shit, this is one of the highest rated video games ever produced, so I don't think that's a coincidence. And ever since FromSoft started releasing these Souls-like games, they've become exponentially more popular and have moved their way over into the mainstream. Now, unfortunately, as a side effect of moving into the mainstream market, we have people like this who are upset that the game is too difficult, and people who beg for an easy mode because they don't actually want to learn how to play the game. They want to have their hand held and not have to actually overcome a challenge, and that's exactly what we're going to be looking at here today. I mean, it is nothing new to the Souls genre that people have been begging for an easy mode or complaining about the difficulty. I mean, some of you guys may remember a video I made some years ago at this point, which addressed this very issue with Dark Souls 3.
You know, I finally got my hands on Dark Souls 3, and let me just let you know, I fucking regret getting this game. Like, right from the bat, I'm gonna let you know that I fucking hate this game. This game is hard for the sake of being hard. And what I mean by that is there's no fucking rhyme or reason for the enemies this early in the game to be so fucking difficult. Like, as soon as they start hitting you, you're fucked. You're fucked. I've been grinding the first part of the game for the last 3 fucking hours just to get some decent gear. I finally get somewhere and then they throw something else at me. Like, this fucking game is just hard for the sake of being hard. There's no fucking reason for any game ever to be this hard. Everybody's like, well, Dark Souls 2 was this hard, and if you fucking enjoy this, you're a fucking asshole. Who fucking wants to struggle for like a couple hours? And then everybody like, well, maybe you're just not that good. No, it's not about being good or bad. It's about making one wrong mistake and you're fucked. What kind of game is that? You can't make one mistake? How is that a game? That's not a fucking game.
And while unfortunately that energy is not quite the same in this video, the sentiment is definitely the same, which just further proves my point. No matter how long this genre of Souls Souls-like games have been out, people have been begging for an easy mode or bitching about the difficulty because they simply can't get good.
And if you fucking enjoy this, you're a fucking asshole!
Now, the video we're going to be taking a look at here today is titled Elden Ring Sucks. Short and to the point, which I think is a very accurate description of this video because I don't think it's going to take us very long to figure out what exactly the fuck is going on in this quote-unquote review of Elden Ring and the reason why this dude is so upset with the game. So, before we get into the actual video though, he did upload a YouTube short addressing Elden Ring that I do want to go ahead and play just to give us a little taste of what's to come here.
Hey! Hey!
Là, le gars là de chemin, là. Et bon. Le gars est fat troll comme un couillon, hein.
Yeah, I get it. I'm gonna get heat for this, but this game is so bad. Thank God GameStop has a 48-hour return, love it or whatever game policy. I'm taking it back.
Yo, I'm genuinely surprised that people even go into GameStop anymore to buy video games. Like, the last time I went into a GameStop, it was a literal fucking toy store. But you can already tell this is gonna be great, man. Whenever somebody's rattling their fucking game case in front of their camera, you already know this shit's about to go down.
It's so terrible. You make one mistake.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole premise of a Souls-like game. You make a mistake, you die, you learn from the mistake, and move forward in the game. That's basically the entire gameplay loop. I don't really know what else you're expecting from a FromSoft game.
You're at the beginning of a game. You make one mistake, it's unforgiving.
Yeah, that's kind of the entire point of throwing shit at you at the beginning of the game. But just wait, guys, because what they quote-unquote throw at him that's unforgiving is even more fucking laughable than you could ever expect. But this is literally what all FromSoft games do. They put you in situations at the beginning of the game that teach you how to overcome issues you're gonna face for the rest of the experience. So yes, the game at first will seem hard to you, but as you learn the mechanics, as you get a feel for the gameplay, as you gradually start to get more and more familiar with the game itself, you'll start to notice that it becomes less challenging because you have an understanding of how to deal with things moving forward. And that's what's always important with the beginning of a Souls-like game, is that they introduce you to those mechanics of the world and teach you that it's okay to mess up. It's okay to put yourself in a quote-unquote unforgiving situation, because as you die, you take that experience with you and learn from your mistakes. Well, at least most people would. I have a feeling this guy does not fall into that category. You know, this motherfucker's rage quitting to the point of making 2 YouTube videos bitching about the game and returning it to GameStop. Bro, I would pay to not have to walk into a GameStop at this point.
That doesn't make good game design. That doesn't make good gameplay.
Actually, I think if there's one thing you couldn't complain about in Elden Ring, it would be the gameplay. The gameplay is absolutely phenomenal. There's no other way to put it. This dude just didn't take the time to actually learn what the fuck he was doing.
It's annoying. I don't like it.
Bro, this sounds like a little kid complaining that he has to do his homework.
It's annoying. I don't like it. I'd rather play Devil May Cry 3 any day, Ninja Gaiden any day. This isn't fun.
Well, that's because he didn't even give the game a chance, which we will come to find out. So let's go ahead and move on to the actual video here.
So I'm returning this utter crap because this game is terrible.
I don't care what anybody says.
Oh man, if you didn't care, then you wouldn't mention it. And chances are you probably wouldn't even be making this video in the first place.
Yeah, I was going to do a video on it. This is it. This is the video. It's going to be a quick upload. It's terrible.
Bro, the only thing terrible in this video is the audio quality. Like, god damn, bro. Are you talking through like a pool noodle or some shit? Like, what in the actual fuck, man? It sounds like he's talking through a 360 Connect mic over his like 1 megabyte per second Walmart Wi-Fi.
I got all the way through that beginning of the game. It was very bland.
Yeah, it's called the tutorial. They're not exactly known for being exciting, but I'm taking it you didn't really learn much from it. But yeah, let me direct your attention to what's happening in the corner of the screen, because this is the main complaint that he has with the game. But as you can see, our buddy here has attacked one of the NPCs early in the game and is now being killed by that NPC, because in FromSoft's games there are NPCs that will try to kill you if you attack them first, which is what he just learned here. Now, there is a reason why they probably put this at the beginning of the game. It's so you learn the valuable lesson early on when you're just starting out that, hey, maybe the best course of action for me is not to attack NPCs that don't attack me, because they're probably going to push my shit in. But just wait, it's only going to get better from here on out.
So I get to that guy with the mask. I accidentally attack him. He kills me.
Alright, I'm just throwing this out here, bro. Like, how many people accidentally attacked this dude when they first started playing Elden Ring? Like, what in the fuck were you doing, bro? Like, honestly, I don't even know how you would make that mistake unless you were trying to kill him and it didn't work out in your favor and you realized, oh wait, I'm gonna get my ass fucking beat over and over again, so now I'm gonna make 2 YouTube videos bitching about it because it's definitely not my fault, right?
Okay. I respawn right in front of him. He kills me. Respawn. He kills me.
Hey man, here's an idea. Try not letting him kill you.
Respawn. Finally get away. See this big thing, horse, minotaur looking thing. Kills me 1 hit.
Yo, welcome to the world of Elden Ring, where literally everything wants to fucking kill you. And that's the purpose of having, like, this introductory portion of the game, so you can learn, like, hey, you know, maybe this enemy is gonna completely destroy me, maybe I should just move on and leave him for the time being, and I can come back to him later and deal with them. And that's where the genius of a game like Elden Ring comes into play. The game teaches you without ever explicitly telling you what you need to do. The only issue is here is you don't seem to be willing to want to learn from your mistakes. And I mean, dude, if it's really giving you that much trouble, you're like 5 minutes into the game, just make a new character and restart, and don't attack the NPC this time. Maybe that's the message it's trying to get across to you.
Alright, I respawn right in front of the guy who kills me. I'm like, how is this fun? How is this fun?
I don't know, man. This sounds kind of familiar.
Who fucking wants to struggle for like a couple hours? And then everybody like, well, maybe you're just not that good. No, it's not about being good or bad. It's about making one wrong mistake and you're fucked. What kind of game is that? You can't make one mistake? How is that a game? That's not a fucking game. I don't play games to fucking be perfect at them.
And there's supposed to be a lock-on system, but my guy decides to just start swinging wildly.
Bro, we can see the footage. You didn't even fucking lock on to him.
I point the camera back at him, it gives me a light lock on, and he starts swinging wildly. I'm like, the guy moves, and I'm still swinging wildly. I'm like, how is...
Then don't fucking button mash. Time your attacks strategically to when you have an opening to do so.
I don't care what anybody says. Oh, you gotta do this. Oh, these games are not enjoyable. Yes, I get there are people out there that like it.
Yeah, literal tens of millions of people that like it. And I don't think that's just a coincidence.
But hey, I'm not the only one. You can take a look at a lot of channels. There's a lot of people that don't like this.
Yeah, and most people who don't like it tend to have an extremely ignorant take on this entire situation. And as far as I've seen, I have never seen anyone proclaim their hatred for this game because they attacked an NPC within the first 5 minutes of the game and literally could not progress any further than that. In that regard, man, you are truly one of a kind.
And this game is not a 10 out of 10. Nowhere near, even if it ends wildest dreams.
Yeah, it does have some performance issues, but a 10 out of 10 does not mean perfect. Otherwise, no game would ever get a 10 out of 10. I know I said, like, no game is perfect, but this is pretty damn close.
This is one of the most wretched things in terms of accessibility and gameplay and just...
How is Elden Ring not accessible, bro? Like, literally people who do not have hands on their body have beaten Dark Souls games. They have played the game with their fucking feet and have still been able to complete it. How the fuck are you gonna say this game is not accessible? Literally anyone from any age group, any skill level can pick up this game, learn the mechanics, and do well at it. It is solely up to your determination. You did not give the game a chance. You got mad because you fucked up early on, and instead of maybe restarting the game, learning from your mistake and moving forward, you decided to rage quit it and return it to GameStop, and are now making a YouTube video proclaiming it to be one of the worst video games in existence.
Yeah, I'm gonna get hate. I get it. I get there are Souls fanboys out there. I get it.
My man, you don't have to be a fanboy to recognize a complete bullshit take on a video game. And just for reference, I'm probably one of the most casual Souls players on this entire planet. But yet I'm still able to have a great time playing this game because I actually gave it a chance. Like, anyone who has watched me stream this game can attest to the fact that I am by no means a pro in any way, shape, or form. In fact, I'm pretty fucking dog shit at the games, but I still give the game a chance, and then I eventually am able to overcome whatever challenge I'm facing because I don't rage quit like a 3-year-old.
You know, put all your garbage in the comments. I know you will. It's what you'll do.
Nah, that's okay, man. I chose to put it in a YouTube video, kind of like you did.
This is not a good game. It is not a 10 out of 10. No way is it anywhere near Game of the Year.
Yeah, guys, Breath of the Wild 2 is going to be Game of the... Fuck.
Not even if it wanted to. I can't wait for Gran Turismo.
Oh, fuck, dude. Who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna be the bearer of bad news that Gran Turismo turned out to be a pay-to-win, always-online piece of fucking shit? Bro, you cannot make this shit up, bro. That is literally perfect. This man really thought that Gran Turismo 7 was gonna be as good as Elden Ring.
No, this will actually... throwing this out. Actually, thank you, GameStop, for having that 48-hour like it or whatnot. Love it. Bring it back. I get full return credit.
You know, I have to give him credit, bro. I have never seen someone rage quit a Souls game this quickly, dude. Like 5 fucking minutes in, and he's already calling it quits. Like, god damn, bro. You know, that's truly an accomplishment, man. You know, Reddit Fedora tip to you, sir.
And I will, because this game can go in the trash. That's how I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna be kind, even though no thank you.
And just like that, the video is over, guys. You know, I gotta say, this dude must be one hell of a game reviewer if he can already tell that he's not gonna like a game just 5 minutes into it. You know, that truly is expertise in the video game field that not many people are able to accomplish. But this by far has to be the worst take I have ever seen on any From Software game put out. Like, much worse than the typical, like, easy mode begging or anything like that. This dude literally played, like, less than 5 minutes of the actual game and was already thrown in the towel, dude. You know what? This is a truly special video, and I'm glad that we got to watch this shit together. So if you guys did enjoy this video, make sure to drop a like on it. I would greatly appreciate it. And as always, I want to thank you all so much for taking the time out of your day to check out this video and for all the recent support as well. You guys are the fucking best, and I really do appreciate it. So with that said, I will catch you guys next time. And remember,
if you fucking enjoy this, you're a fucking asshole.
No, I'm still here. I'm just waiting a little bit to continue the game. Just watching some YouTube video, you know.
アイン様、各階層守護者、御身の前に揃いました。
てもいい。敵は魔導王だからな。アインズール5軍に対抗するためには報告と同盟を結ぶしかない。
よくぞ来た。それで何用だ。我々を救ってくれるのは魔導王陛下しかおりません。私はアインズール・ゴウン魔導オーバーロードだ。
Bien le 4 avril. 4 juillet. Aizen Ghoul sama. Tadaima.
Alright, what's going on, guys? Elden Ring is a massive game. This is one of those experiences where, no matter how much we figure out, we're only ever gonna feel like we scratched the surface. Whether it be the lore, the gameplay, or small features and Easter eggs tucked away in the open world, we're gonna be finding stuff like that for years to come. So today I want to highlight 10 really cool community discoveries that you probably didn't know about. So let's go ahead and get right into it. The first one I want to talk about today is a secret animation that can be found in the God-devouring serpent fight. Now the snake itself doesn't have a whole lot of attacks, but one of the most annoying ones that it does is the grab. Thankfully though, its grab attack does not do nearly as much damage as the rest in its arsenal, so the chances that you died from this are probably pretty low. But it was recently discovered that in the off chance that you do die to the grab attack, the God-devouring serpent actually eats you, and the camera tracks your descent all the way down its throat. Now we've seen animations like this before, specifically with the sharks in Bloodborne, but it really makes me wonder what other attacks have some secret animations that we may not have discovered yet. One of the things that's been speculated on the most when it comes to Elden Ring is whether or not the game is going to have DLC in the future. The story of the game definitely leaves a lot more room to be explored, and there are many locations like the Colosseums around the map that look like they should be accessible but aren't. But we may have a pretty solid clue of where we could be heading if we do get DLC for Elden Ring. It was discovered that if you trace to the midpoint of all the Divine Towers, they intersect above this cloud in the center of the map. Now a lot of people dismiss this just as a design choice for the aesthetic of the map, and that since the area was inaccessible, they probably just pointed to the base of the Erd Tree. However, after people figured out a way to glitch out of bounds, something interesting was discovered at this spot. By doing the flying torrent glitch, people discovered that there's a random texture here that for some reason is completely unloaded. Now it is important to say that this does not appear for everybody, but it has also been replicated enough to where this is not an accident. So you can speculate all you want about that, but personally I'm inclined to believe that this is a marker of some kind for the developers' future reference. But it is extremely interesting to say the least. The next thing I want to talk about today is that we may finally have a hint as to the meaning behind Melena's eye tattoo. Now, I literally just made a video breaking down a lot of the lore behind Melena and the speculation that a lot of us have. By the way, I highly recommend you go check that video out, but I wish I knew about this before talking about it, because you guys pointed me to a video by Bandit Games where he theorized that the marking on her face may actually be a crow's talon. Now, I remember a very long time ago after the Summer Games Fest trailer when we saw it for the first time, somebody told me that that's what it might be, and now I'm completely sold on it. When we take a look at them just side by side, it's pretty uncanny. They even bend in the same weird way. But if that's not enough for you, markings and wrinkles around that area of the eye are commonly referred to as crow's feet. So I'm fairly certain that's what it's supposed to be, but it's when we look at the lore that this starts to make a lot more sense. As we discussed in the last video, Melena has a very close tie to Destined Death. I won't go into spoiler territory here, but she mentions it several times throughout the game. And when we start to dig into theories around Destined Death, her character comes up over and over again. Now, if you want the spoiler details on that, watch my last video. But crows, as we all know, have constantly been an omen of death throughout history. A circling of crows tends to be a marker that something is dead nearby. So the seal on her eye being a crow's talon makes a lot of sense. So I genuinely think that is what it is, and this is a really awesome discovery. This next discovery is one that might save you quite a bit of time. If you managed to find Patches early in the game and picked up Margit's shackle from him, it may be an item that seems utterly useless outside of the boss fight, but recently it's been discovered that Margit's shackle can actually be a very useful tool in locating illusory walls. No, it's actually pretty efficient because it can clear out a room. You can see in the clip here that the radius of effect is pretty wide, so you may want to have it around the next time you go through a dungeon. Now, I assume this works for Moog's shackle as well, so if you have either one of those on hand, now you know what to do with them. These next two are going to go fairly quickly, and they do tie into each other, but they are equally interesting. Did you ever notice that the shape of the world in Elden Ring bears a very strange resemblance to the shape of the fingers that we find throughout the game? Now, I couldn't find the original poster of this, and it may just be a coincidence, but with From Software's notorious attention to detail, it could very well mean something. But did you also know that the two fingers have legs? If we look closely at the finger heirloom, we can see a congregation of worshippers worshipping the two fingers, but the two fingers have two small legs underneath them. Now, that's something I hope we never actually see in game, and this could just be an interesting design choice, but if the fingers weren't weird enough for you, now you have an extra layer on top of that. This next discovery is one that I thought is really cool. It's a piece of cut content that I kinda wish was still in the game. This comes from Jester Patches over on Twitter, where he discovered 128 icons of different NPCs and monsters throughout the world, with a blacked out version and a bright version. And what he theorizes is that this is an early version of a bestiary that would have been in the game. Basically what that is a documentation of all the creatures throughout the world, where when you find or kill them, the icon becomes enlightened. So I'm not entirely sure why that was cut. Maybe they considered it too spoiler heavy, but it would have been really interesting and given us a reason to go seek out some of the lesser mobs throughout the world. Adding to the list of cut content discoveries, Zully the Witch discovered that Torrent has several animations that are not present in the game, such as eating grass and a backwards kick attack. It was also discovered back in the network test that Torrent was originally meant to roam on his own, and that the player could go up to Torrent and then have the option to ride him. If you guys remember from a very long time ago, there was some old promotional material that showed the player resting at a campfire with Torrent standing nearby. So I wonder why they chose to cut this feature from the game. This next discovery is one that kind of blew my mind. If you do Latina's quest in Elden Ring, then you know she's very close to wolves. But did you know that this goes so far that her spirit can even tame hostile wolves and ride them as a mount? Honestly, this is a crazy attention to detail by From Software. And like the Rykard animation, makes me wonder how many more things like this there are in the game. Because this is such a situational discovery. I mean, how many people are going to be spirit summoning in a fight against wolves? And Latina is honestly not a very popular summon. And it's discoveries like these that
okay, that's pretty interesting.
So I love to see it. And the final discovery I want to talk about today comes from Lance McDonald over on Twitter, and is just one more example of the insane amount of detail that went into this game. Did you know that the nomadic merchants around the map that play music have uniquely animated hands that actually hit the correct notes for the songs that they're playing? So if you have the heart to leave them alive, you can at least appreciate the level of design that went into these little guys. But that's going to do it for all the discoveries today. I hope you thought these are pretty cool. These are the kind of things that really make me appreciate From Software. And with a game like Elden Ring being so big, we're going to be finding stuff like this for years to come. But anyways, that's going to pretty much do it for the video. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please leave a like on it and subscribe if you're new around here. And I'll catch you in the next one.
Mais ça va, c'est vraiment interesting. Je peux pas voir sinon. Des pupettes je peux pas avoir parce que j'ai tué le gars. Enfin le game mort en fait. Ça. C'est celui-là que je veux aussi. Oh non. Ah, je peux pas y aller, ton lien. Double on roads. Je crois que je peux plus y aller en fait. Bon, ceci, moi je peux plus y aller. Ça devait être là. Test. Je suis pas sûr de pouvoir l'avoir actuellement. Ah putain, c'est ici. C'est ça. Je vois c'était. Je crois que c'est ça. La grâce. Est. C'est quoi la description du truc? Underground road site. Je crois que c'est ça même ce moment. Avec le def. Ah, je vais tomber alors. J'arrive pas à le toucher là. C'est con là. Oui. Comment les gars savaient que j'étais là, je sais pas. C'est pas juste. Comment les gars savaient que j'étais là? Ah, c'est là. Turn to the right to reach open area. Ok. Cheval de familiar. Close freezing, steer down, then right to some other way. Injection, and somebody sur le disque. Ah merde, j'ai oublié un truc. C'était où déjà? We decided to your left. Ah shit. Je descends. Doing distance here, then right to go to some other way. If you keep moving in the same direction, you will eventually reach the corpse and some basilisk. C'était là? J'ai resté tout au fond. We found on a corpse hanging off on a ledge. C'est clairement pas là. C'est pour atteindre Margot, ça. Hein. Je vais venir là. Ça doit être vraiment de l'autre côté, en vrai. Ah, c'est ça. Effectivement. Ah putain, on lui a pris. Va y faire n'importe quoi en vrai là. Ces fleurs là ont énormément de PV quoi. C'était ici. Presque ici actuellement. Oh putain de merde, ok. Oh une merde. Ok. C'est tout en fait, c'est vraiment pour ça. Ouais. C'est vraiment pour ça en fait. Eh, comment ça se que j'ai pas eu Je peux pas comprendre pourquoi eux je les ai pas eu vraiment en fait. Le Crown City. Non. C'est pas ici. Non, c'est pas ici. C'est ça que j'ai oublié les caresses aussi. J'en ai pas assez. Ah, j'ai juste un bourgeon cristallin. J'y suis là actuellement. Peut-être en haut, peut-être. C'est bizarre, ça, pourtant que j'ai déjà le machin. Ça c'est que je les ai pas là. Oh putain, sérieux. Voilà pourquoi je les ai pas. Putain, je suis trop intelligent, ouais. J'ai pas compris que c'était un putain de coffre celui-là en fait. Oh. Intellectuel. Je te jure, gars. C'est... Ça, je viens de gagner. Le Black Fond, le Black Fond, je crois que je l'ai pas actuellement. Ah si. Ah si, j'ai les deux. Clayman H actuellement, j'ai pas. Avec ma fait, j'ai gagné. Ici, les loups, j'ai pas. C'est eux que je cherche chez Museum, ça veut dire. Si j'ai pas. Le Man Serpent H, je crois que j'ai pas. Ah si. Si, je vais me cliquer dessus. Une seule rivière. Un seul rivière. Sauf au palace. The able to reach this actually do my quest line. C'est tout sauf. J'arrive. Dehors. The edge. J'aime bien comment une fleur actuellement, ce truc là quoi. C'est pas tout à l'heure. Ah ouais, bien caché. Bien caché. Caché, bien caché. Ah, qu'est-ce que j'ai une famille, je crois. C'est la merde. Ici, sérieux. By breaking petrified tree. Détruisons un pétri. Ça. Oh là 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 là. Des objets aussi racistes que je pouvais avoir très rapidement. Je crois que j'ai pas le chien pétrifié non plus actuellement. Hein. On trouve très tôt dans le jeu. X raison, je le trouve pas ici. Striage. Si je l'ai, non, c'est un striage. Si je l'ai, je sais pas. Je pensais que je l'avais pas. Ah si, bah je l'ai alors, je sais, je les ai. Les cadavres pétrifiés, bon, j'ai quasiment tous les machins du jeu. Tous les cendres du jeu aussi. Toutes les cendres de guerre. Il m'en manque aucune, sauf les marionnettes en fait. C'est un truc que j'ai pas. Ça, il faut que je fasse la quête de machin en fait.
As a true member of the Round Table, I am known as Gideon Ofnir. As a Tarnished who wishes to stand before the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord, I am accumulating knowledge. To be all-knowing.
Well done indeed. You bested Godric the Grafted and claimed a great rune.
Greetings, great champion called by grace. I am Fear. Circumstances have compelled my stay at the Round Table Hold. Great champion.
I don't believe we've met. I'm known as D. I hunt down those who live in death and weed their death root. Heed my warning.
Have you ever felt the curse with your whole being? The pox upon life itself, feared and despised by all.
Pleased to meet you. The name's Roger, a sorcerer by trade. But now I'm in this sorry state. I had a little mishap.
I am Selvis, preceptor in the sorcerous arts. I don't know what it is the mistress sees in a provincial tarnished like you.
We rarely receive visitors to the Volcano Manor without invitation.
Ich war mauvais, hein?
And not unlike another guest we had long ago. So, tarnished. Have you ever harbored doubts?
Are you good and prepared, young chum? The festival begins. I see. When you are ready, come to me again.
Oh, hello. I've not seen you here before. I am the Sally Lou, warrior, here by decree of my father. The pleasure's mine, as a fellow tarnished.
Don't worry. I don't blame you. I'll continue spirit tuning just the same as before.
You must be the new Tarnished. You do well to steer clear of a gill-like
Guild
fledgling.
som jag sa.
A dragon roosts there.
Oh, I see you've just arrived. Welcome to the Round Table Hold. I'm Corin, a man of the cloth. I teach incantations.
Ah, hello. You must be new here. Well, just call me Dialos.
Une chance, c'était un gars. What? Une chance, c'était un gars.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, Big Daddy Top Hat here. In the past on this channel we have looked at many classic arcade style beat 'em ups, and when it comes to this amazing belt scrolling genre, one of the absolute kings of producing games of this kind was of course Konami. In regards to this, the bright and colourful affair that we shall be covering in today's video is the Bucky O'Hare arcade game. an arcade brawler with shooting elements that, in my opinion, is every bit as good as some of the Konami heavyweights from the era that never stop receiving coverage and praise. In this upload that celebrates this undersung gem, we are not only going to take a deep dive look at this video game, but discuss the Bucky O'Hare franchise overall and its contributions to gaming and entertainment. So without further ado, this, ladies and gentlemen, is the story of Bucky O'Hare the arcade game, a title that shouldn't be ignored. Yeah. Konami in the late 80s and early 90s was producing some of the greatest games around for both arcades and in the living room alike. As far as arcade games go, they would deliver some brilliant beat-em-ups involving some of the hottest licenses around. This would see them publish now legendary titles such as X-Men Arcade, The Simpsons 4-player beat-em-up and the iconic Turtles arcade games that I never seem to shut up about on here. One particular game that I personally think belongs on the same pantheon alongside these others is the Bucky O'Hare arcade game. This one is just as fun, vibrant and memorable as all of those fantastic titles. But before we get ourselves knee deep in discussing this extraterrestrial epic arcade encounter, let's take a trip down memory lane and look at what exactly Bucky O'Hare even was. The genesis of Bucky O'Hare occurred way back in 1977, when he was created by writer Larry Hama and artist Michael Golden. 77 was the very same year the first Star Wars movie hit cinemas, which would set the trend for much more space-themed entertainment to come. In this renaissance of space-age entertainment, the majority of video games such as Space Invaders, released in 1978, would carry an aliens from out of space theme as well. As for Bucky O'Hare, rather than being in a movie or a video game at birth, Bucky, like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, would debut in his own comic book series in 1984. The story of these publications would feature this furry green maniac in a tale that follows him in a parallel universe where a war is going on between the inept United Animals Federation and the sinister Toad Empire. The United Animals Federation is an interplanetary republic run by sapient mammals, while the Toad Empire is controlled by a vast computer system known as Complex, which has led the highly consumeristic toad population to fight an expansionist campaign against the rest of the galaxy. To put it simply, the story is essentially Star Wars, but with space alien furries. Personally, I'd have just called it Fur Wars. After the success of converting the Ninja Turtles into a highly popular animated series, action figure range and media empire, the search appeared to be on to find another comic book to use as source material that could also bring the bacon home, with the cult classic Bucky O'Hare comic book series receiving that very honour in 1991. That year would see the whole franchise receive a heavy marketing push, with the brand firing on all cylinders in multiple different fronts simultaneously. The comic book would be adapted for a TV show known as Bucky O'Hare and the Toad Wars, which would feature one of the most memorable theme tunes of the era, Captain Bucky O'Hare, mutants and aliens and toads beware! Further to this, the entire comic book series would be republished and expanded upon with new panels, scenes and artwork. To truly maximise profits, all of this was even launched with its own action figure range, and not one, but two different video games from Konami. The first of these would arrive on the Nintendo Entertainment System in January of 1992. While I would certainly likely enjoy spotlighting this game in the future on the channel, I feel it has received a lot more attention online than what would come in arcades later. After all, at one point in time, this excellent Mega Man clone used to get covered quite a lot, as during the early days of YouTube, it felt like when gamers were discussing games of the past, they would spotlight the Nintendo Entertainment System library more heavily than any other console in existence. Since those days now seem to be long behind us, and hardware like the GameCube and Wii appear to be getting more attention from popular YouTube channels, topics like Bucky O'Hare for the NES certainly deserve some modern exploration. But as for today, we are obviously turning our attention to the arcades. The arcade game would arrive 8 months later than its console counterpart in September of 1992, meaning this Konami game is slightly newer than the X-Men, Simpsons and the original Turtles arcade game. The same flavour of this era from Konami is very much represented in this entry too, offering up a bright, bold, whimsical affair that is yet another high quality example of exactly what this arcade giant was capable of over the period. Just like the Turtles arcade game, the Bucky O'Hare arcade game would be based off of the animated TV series that was based off of the comic book series from before that. However, despite many similarities in their inceptions, Bucky O'Hare would function quite differently from the other Konami licensed beat-em-ups that we have already mentioned multiple times throughout this video. What I mean by this is while the game is generally classified as a side-scrolling beat-em-up, the 4-player characters are each armed with laser guns, allowing for scrolling shooter elements to take place too. While this may not sound particularly brawly, Bucky O'Hare is not alone in the genre with mechanics of this kind existing, with other games seeing release containing similar features, such as Capcom's arcade game The Punisher, and the Capcom Alien vs Predator arcade game too. In fact, for a more recent example of gameplay of this kind existing, check out my upload looking at Mother Russia Bleeds, a modern fantastic beat-em-up that contains many shooting elements. Like with Konami's other beat-em-up arcade greats, the developers who worked on the game once again managed to do a wonderful job in capturing the look, feel and even the sound of the TV show. This includes cutscenes that even include voice work from the same voice actors who were a part of the television animation. The arcade game's a track screen that is accompanied by enthusiastic narration describes the premise of the game's story that mirrors other Bucky O'Hare media, describing the war between the United Animal Federation and the Toad Empire. Once a coin is inserted, the player can choose between one of 4 playable protagonists who fans of a TV show and comic book will be more than familiar with. These characters, who can all work together in 4-player cooperative action, of course include Bucky O'Hare himself, the well-known green heroic captain of the spaceship known rather fittingly as Righteous Indignation. Further to this we have Blinky, the one-eyed android, Dead-Eye Duck, the 4-armed mallard, and who can forget Jenny, the telepathic Aldebaran cat. Right, admit it. How many of you freaky furry perverts out there have fantasized about making love to this character? I know you are watching this. Big Daddy Top Hat knows all. Ooh. Before the first stage commences, a cutscene with voice acting sees our crew of heroes head into Bucky's spacecraft, which is flying towards his homeworld that is aptly known as Planet Warren. As soon as the ship lands, action in the game starts instantly as players begin to start liberating the world of invading toads. Once here, you will begin to note that the bulk of the action in the game involves shooting your opponents with your laser-based weapons. However, in many instances, like in a more traditional beat-em-up, other maneuvers are useful to execute, such as jumping, flying kicks for example, that prove useful when jumping over enemy attacks and projectiles. Sometimes when enemies are downed, it is also possible to pick up items that they drop. These include hearts that can be used to replenish lost health, gold bars to pick up more points, or gun icons which function as power-ups, giving gamers much appreciated extra firepower. Underneath players' life bars there are also ball-like symbols that represent the amount of on-screen nukes that can be performed. These often prove handy when there are a lot of opponents on screen, or wanting to dispose of a staged boss. Speaking of bosses, the first stage boss fight occurs against Al Negator, a purple sleazosaur who sometimes worked for the Toad Empire as a spy and mercenary. Being the opening stage boss, he does not put up too much of a challenge, but certainly requires a hell of a lot more hits than any opponent who has appeared in the game thus far. After his defeat, a cutscene reveals in his interrogation by Bucky and his crew that all of the enslaved hairs from the planet Warren have been taken to Planet Punk, offering up the perfect reasoning to progress onto the next stage. Planet Punk begins with some downward scrolling for a change of pace, whereas while Bucky and co jump over streams of fire from flamethrowers and must take out enemies, they must also destroy prison holds, rescuing the enslaved hares from within. As usual with these Konami arcade classics, this helps create the illusion of a living, breathing world with satisfying outcomes to your heroics. The stage soon transitions into a more traditional side-scrolling, industrial-looking setting, whereby the Toad army and more mechanical opponents must be continued to be taken out. Moving on from here, there is a classic beat-em-up lift section, where players must shoot and destroy enemies as the elevator slowly rises, because as highlighted on here dozens of times before, it is illegal to make a beat-em-up without a lift section. At the top, the next boss fight commences, this time with a battle taking place against Toadborg. Toadborg is a high-ranking official in the Toad Empire, second only to Complex. According to the animated show and comic, at some point prior to the Toad Wars, Toadborg was so critically injured in battle that over half of his body had to be replaced by cybernetic components, leading to his intimidating look seen here. Upon his defeat, he is picked up and flown away by a double bubble. Rescued civilian hares celebrate victory, but in the same cutscene, the Climate Converter lands to recapture Planet Punk. The Climate Converter stage features another paradigm shift in play, which this time sees how 4 heroes hovering with jetpacks in midair. Using the jetpacks, this gives our fighters full motion to fly anywhere on the stage, but the stage quickly offers up a different challenge by forcing players to navigate through narrow sections, avoiding electrocution. After gunning down a spaceship that is trying to destroy the foursome, Willy gets involved to try and disable the Climate Converter. To cap off the stage, a boss battle takes place against another character from the Bucky O'Hare universe, known as Total Terratoad. Away from the game, Terratoad proved more than a match for Bucky O'Hare and a crew of the Righteous Indignation, using his twin battle axes to cut a swath of destruction through the Betelgeuse forests. Here though, players have the opportunity to take out this axe-wielding foe. After stopping the Climate Converter, the next cutscene depicts Jenny picking up a distress signal coming from an asteroid belt, resulting in an auto-scrolling stage that features many run and jump elements. Players must avoid falling into deep space below by jumping over gaps and moving at a fast enough pace that they do not fall victim to the hands of the crumbly rocks beneath their feet. Eventually, gamers stumble across an unnamed mouse who is being held prisoner on an asteroid by some evil aliens who are apparently in league with the Toads. In return for freeing him, the mouse helps Bucky and the others out throughout the remainder of their adventure. Earlier I mentioned there being a lot of gaps to jump over on unstable surfaces. The mouse uses his magic powers to create bridges between the floating asteroids of the stage. Paired with the game's great voice acting throughout, this just adds to the already impressive cartoon-like experience. Rather than take on an individual enemy at the end of the asteroid belt, a battle must instead commence against a toad-shaped starfighter, offering up a different kind of fight to any boss encountered previously. At the end of this stage, the mouse begs them to help liberate Planet Rat, his homeworld, which has obviously also been taken over by toads. He requests that the heroes save his people's elder, known as Rodent, so it is off to Planet Rat for Stage 5. Stage 5 brings more traditional side-scrolling brawling and shooting together, with the intensity and difficulty being ramped up as players progress deeper and deeper into this arcade game. There is a sub-boss fight against a cog-throwing mechanical foe before progressing further into this heavily military-protected region. This level ends with a fight against Cyborg Spider, a character who is exactly what his name implies. This giant arachnid with cybernetic enhancements may talk a tough game, but like others before him, you can easily make him pay for all of his cocky boasting, rescuing Rodent in the process. The Elder thanks Bucky and his crew for saving his planet, but informs him that to restore all of the planets in the universe, he must restore them through sending back the planetary life force stored in the Toad Star to the surface of each. Moving on to Stage 6, the heroes enter the Toad Mothership, leading to a stage that seems to be straight up inspired by the hover bike stage that can be found within Battletoads that was released 1 year earlier. This fast-paced section functions similarly to a space shooter whereby players must quickly avoid oncoming obstacles and projectiles while shooting down dangerous foes. Once more, this paradigm shift in play keeps the game feeling fresh as gamers continue to progress. This stage sees the foursome do battle with yet another wheeled mechanical toad-based machine foe, but directly after destroying it, sees the mammals destroy the entire mothership. This results in a cutscene that sends the Toad Air Marshal into a rage, leaving the Supreme Commander of the Toad Empire's military forces absolutely seething. Shooting beat-em-up action continues aboard the Toad Star, whereby gamers must fight their way through the tough mechanical Death Star-like environment. If you have played Technodrome stages in Turtles games, then you know exactly what sort of obstacles await you in this one. Some conventions across different games and franchises rarely seem to change. Much like is often the case with Konami beat-em-ups, throughout this stage as gamers get forever close to the end, previous bosses must be defeated once more. This is a tactic we have seen used by Konami and the creators of many brawlers time and time again, as not only does it test the players on their acquired learned skills, but it is also a nice easy way to inflate a game's playtime by cheekily reusing assets. The end boss fight occurs against the extremely pissed off Air Marshal, who once finally dispatched of, leads on to the game's closing stage. Before we get to that though, there is another cutscene whereby the heroes locate the planetary life force located in the Toadstar Center. The final stage is another jetpack based level, whereby the foursome slowly descends to the bottom of the core. After dealing with a range of hostile scientists, the final boss encounter is at last about to unfold. A massive fight against Complex, the sentient computer.
I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. It's a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle unto eternity. I know in my bones a tarnished cannot become a lord. Not even you. A man cannot kill a god.
Vidéo spéciale avec le staff de l'omniscient. Bah, déjà que je le trouve, ce serait pas mal. Disons, on va le trouver. Un marteau. D'accord. Un putain de marteau, ok. Dis enfin, tu vois. J'en sais dedans, ouais.
Computer program who rules the Toad Empire unopposed. This sinister program manifests itself as a computerized Toad face on a view screen, and in the case of a battle commencing at the end of the game, it takes control of a gigantic fighting robot. This is the longest fight in the title, whereby the heroes must slowly obliterate this foe until there is nothing left of it. Closing scenes show the cast on the side of good in the game watching the Toad Star fall and the planetary life force being returned to the galaxy as the credits slowly roll, bringing this epic shooting beat-em-up adventure to a close. Despite this game's overall high quality, I think we should probably easily surmise that this game doesn't get talked about as much as the likes of X-Men, Turtles or The Simpsons, purely based on the fact that the Bucky O'Hare license has never even close to made the same impact as those others just mentioned. In fact, a strong case can be made that the whole plan to turn Bucky O'Hare into a media empire ended up being a bit of a flop. I have documented similar examples of corporations trying to copy the Turtles' success by launching animated TV shows, video games and action figures, all based around old comic books before on this channel. Examples of this include Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, which would get its own awesome arcade beat-em-up from Capcom, and of course, the Cowboys of Moon Mesa, a franchise that got its own run and gun video game that, like Bucky O'Hare, would also be handled by Konami. All of these games I've just mentioned are amazing, and considering their high quality, all need to stop being ignored today. But as for 1992, this Bucky O'Hare game served as the swan song for the franchise's failed big push into the mainstream children's media spotlight. In fact, due to Bucky O'Hare's lack of popularity, the second series of action figures would be cancelled before they were even finished. There are several photographs available online though, showing some of these unreleased figures, for those who want to learn more, including even a fully packaged complete in-box Jenny for all of those furry lovers at home watching today. One would think with a lack of success for the franchise, Bucky O'Hare would be well and truly gone forever. But fortunately for Bucky, in the modern world of man-children, no one lets their childhood nostalgia die anymore. So, in 2017, a company by the name of Boss Fight Studios would announce that they were releasing all new Bucky O'Hare action figures, because while boomers like to spend their money on sports cars, houses and gold, millennials and Gen Xers on the other hand spend their cash on what has traditionally been considered babies' toys. Babies' toys, I may add, that were so unpopular in the 90s that the range was quickly cancelled. But I guess we are no longer in 1992. But instead 2022, and these days people will buy anything as long as nostalgia is involved somewhere. And with this figure range that features toys with multiple points of articulation and interchangeable hands and faces, it is obvious that old nerds out there are obviously going to have nerdgasms over purchasing that much anticipated Jenny figurine. meaning that life will finally become a little less lonely for them. If action figures aren't your thing though, I could not recommend the Bucky O'Hare arcade game enough. And since there is now the Konami Turtles Cowabunga collection coming to modern hardware, I am pretty convinced that gamers would appreciate a modern Bucky O'Hare double pack on the Nintendo Switch cartridge. It would be nice to finally bring an official copy of this underrated arcade game home. It deserves a little more street cred, in my humble opinion. Certainly more than Street Sharks at least. So ladies and gentlemen, that was the story of Bucky O'Hare the arcade game, a title that shouldn't be ignored. If you enjoyed today's video, let me know what other arcade games you feel are underrated that you think deserve spotlighting on here in the future. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts. If you're new here, make sure you like, comment, subscribe and hit that notification bell, as you have no idea how all of those little things help with the algorithm and let as many people see these videos as possible. Also, I would like to add that videos like this are in part made possible due to the generous support I receive via Patreon, making the task of working full time for you lot at home just that little bit sweeter. So I am eternally grateful for that. Special shout outs go out to A Murder of Crows, Carl Johnson, Heyo, Nostalgia Collector, Ben Harradine, Corey Almar Sr., Dinched, Evan Border, Philip Lanth, Azure Archive, Jock Quinn Varela, Ego, Jordan Durant, Ian Boyle, Daniel Spitzazana, Daniel Daly, Computer Man, House of a Ted, Gary Pinkett, ECU Professor, Johnny Holly, August Piazza, Justin Wang, Capcom vs NK, Hermes Gonzalez, Man Shovel, Michael Hall, Sang Hee, Norma Stitz, Langston Miller, Noob, Sarah Powell, Flaming Renee, Marvin Ereliga, TOG Driver, Lewis Vian, John Bates, David Bell, Chris Fix, Rick67, Antonio Rodriguez, Craig Jenkins, Synth Spaces, Punk Toast, and everybody else who backs what I do on Patreon. I will forever appreciate that. Thank you.
Alright, we got a new open world game from the people who gave us the Dark. Dark Souls trilogy, Bloodborne. What the heck? And now,
Elden Ring.
with the scenario written by the Game of Thrones creator George R.R. Martin, who you know was feeling especially cheeky at his input, as the main bosses are named Godric, Radahn, Rykard, Morgoth.
You diabolical.
Now me personally, I've never beaten a Souls game. I mean, I have Dark Souls on PS3 for some reason, and I beat the second boss on Bloodborne, but I am familiar with this style from its many clones. Now this gameplay is in the style of get good or you lose, and as someone whose favorite game is Electoral Lawyer Simulator, I was looking forward to the story and characters. And well, the story is what happens when you take the Lord of the Rings, but remove 5 billion pages from it and watch the rest on YouTube. What the balls is a Vati video. And as to the characters,
I'm nothing but a craven.
oh no, they're British. However, Elden Ring I think I have a good chance of completing, because if you don't like an enemy, just run for your life! So Elden Ring takes place in the lands between, where the popular Elden Ring got cancelled over a tweet and was smashed into pieces, with each of them now owned by this demigod offspring, and you as the Tarnished have to find the pieces, fix the Elden Ring with duct tape, and become the Elden Lord of the Ring. I have said Elden a lot. Also, there's a giant golden tree in the middle that makes sleeping at night quite difficult. So let's make our Tarnished, and finally they have an in-depth character creator.
This is great! And all I've done is enter my name!
Okay, what the hell? What's with these sliders? This is like clay molding a face. I don't know how any of that works.
2 hours later.
Alright, looking up the numbers online. I guess she looks okay. And it's not like that matters because you're going to be wearing a helmet for the whole game. Or this thing. And well, yeah, here's Ramona, the channel mascot, who I always make in these character created games. Although Code Vein still has the crown for the most in-depth character creator ever. Seriously, Bandai, where's the sequel? Anyway, let's start.
Oh, rise now.
Also, make sure you play with the online function, otherwise you miss out on so many of these things. Try fingers, but oh, well, better do as they say. And so we cross the bridge for the first boss, and oh god, why does it have so many limbs? In an interview, a developer said the original design of the fight with Melania had bare feet, but the Western audience would make fun of him if he put any more feet in the game, so he reluctantly changed the design. Oh god, no! Also, by the way, that interview I found on the wiki actually has no source, as apparently it's a running joke for this game to have no feet in the fandom. Why the hell did I stumble upon this? It has never been funny and has only caused less socially skilled people to make themselves even creepier when they and their wait, 4 arms? I'm just imagining what you could do with that. So we lose, but it's a mandatory death, and we find ourselves in this cave, where everyone thinks the exit is here. But did you know? The game's tutorial is down the hole. Even though you might have PTSD from that earlier jump, going down here teaches you the mechanics. So you equip weapons to the right and left hand with basic or charge attacks, and an Ash of War that's a special move you can apply to a weapon. And yes, some are broken. Editor Ramsey's here. So yeah, this footage was from the patch 1.02, which is when the game came out. But while I was editing this, they literally released a new patch which nerfed so many of the broken and glitched things in this game. So I thought I'd let you know, but I'm leaving those stuff in here because it's kind of like a permanent showcase, and they're quite funny. But anything patched that I know of, I will put on screen with the Vine Boom sound effect. Okay. And yes, some are broken. And the main technique is to dodge enemies' attacks and slowly find an opening for you to do damage. And you find these sites of grace which heal you but also revive every non-boss enemy in the overworld. Yes, all those enemies magically back to life. And if you die, you lose your pocket money and have to scurry back to the scene of the crime to pick it up. So yes, when you find grace, always touch grace well out the door into the open world. The new big thing about this game. You see that castle in the distance? You can go there right now. Okay, let me say first.
Unfortunately for you, however, you are maidenless.
Who told you that?
Indeed.
So he tells you that the grace point in the direction you should be heading for the main story if you want to beat this game in a timely fashion. But who cares? Let's explore.
Dog. Fort. Night.
Let me tell you a joke. What do you call a skeleton who lives alone? A boner. You see, cause loner, So after finding a few more graces, you get a cutscene with this one-eyed girl.
I offer you an accord.
It's the most stylish car I've ever seen.
Wait a minute, it's a horse! A ghost horse. No, seriously, it's a ghost horse. Yeah, I think this might be a bug. So this is Melina, and she asked us to help her reach the base of the golden giant tree.
Finger maidens.
You mean right now? And in exchange, she can become your maiden, using the runes you get from defeating enemies to level up your attributes. And for more help, she lets you summon Torrent, the ghost horse. Wait, did they just name the horse that so no one could find Elden Ring Torrent? No wonder you're maidenless with jokes like that. Now near here is the first big group of soldiers you can defeat, or you come back here near the end of the game to test your weapons. Holy moly, I'm the Wolverine! This place sure is windy. Oh god, it's raining wolves! This game is so silly, I swear.
Your fingers, please, your fingers.
So this is Rodrika, and she gives you a reward for just talking to her, which is just—
Oh my gosh! Jeffrey Jellyfish!
And this is the summons feature, which you can only access by going back to the grace with the dog, and resting at night, which summons the moon goddess Rani.
I'd heard tell of a tarnished hurtling about atop a spectral steed.
Why are video games exposing me to the majesty of Welsh accents? And she gives you a spirit bell with 3 doggos that let you summon one anytime this symbol is on screen. They help you fight, and yes, they are broken, since they distract the enemy while you can just stand there surviving.
Forgive me. I've been
testing you.
So Melina is like, yeah, okay, you're good enough, you survived 2 hours in the world, and now brings us to the round tables table, where you can talk to NPCs you meet in the overworld, like the British girl who, after some back and forth with the blacksmith, can now level your spirits. The blacksmith requires smithing stones, which are items you find among the many others you forget you have in your inventory by the end of the game. Like seriously, what the hell is this item?
You're beautiful.
And you find them on bodies or in treasure chests.
I'm in danger!
So yeah, there's tons of NPCs you meet over the game.
Nothing that suits your taste then.
But at the table you can find this dude and Fia. Free hugs. I'm guessing she's the internet's favorite character. And I learned that most NPCs will ask you a question and pretty much you want to say yes if you want to experience most of what the game has to offer. Alright, I'll do it once. This is not really awkward or anything. Hey, wait, you're not even my maiden! Melina, where's my free hugs? Oh, she disappeared. Yeah, I don't know, for a main character, you can barely interact with her until the late game. You do get some chances to talk to her at Grace, but there's so many things going on. How am I meant to keep track of all of this? Like, what is this singing? I'll come back for you. Anyway, in the main world, I really have to stress how funny it is with the online. No, not the invading other players' parts, but just having the messages or the bloodstains which show you how other players died at this point. Like, gee, I really wonder how this person died. Well, time for the first boss who blocks Stormvale Castle, Margit the Fell Omen, and I used my 3-doggo summon, and die. And I don't think this is working. Now I wanted to make Ramona a big, strong, heavy hitter, since it was very fun in Code Vein, but this game I feel really rewards magic users, but I don't want to be a witch. So you know what I did? I found that you can go back to that hellhole and run all the way here. You then can get a summon which is a rotten dog that causes the enemy to take damage over time if it bites them enough. And this is the perfect cheese strategy for me. I can just sit back and... Alright, well I defeated Margit and can move on to Stormvale Castle for the second boss, which I then learned you could actually skip if you want. There's a path around the side. Yes, it's that open. Out of the 6 bosses, you only have to defeat 2 to progress the main story. And I love that choice. If you're stuck here, just go somewhere else. But if you do decide to go into the castle, you will find strange characters.
Try the opening right here.
And monsters so horrible. What? Are they eagles? Or eagles that wield swords so when they dive bomb you they slash you with the swords?
Yes.
So I should mention you do get healing flasks as well as magic ones for your spells, and you can upgrade these with golden seeds and sacred tears you find scattered around, and I love how you can choose how many to carry of each. If you don't want magic, then get the hell out of here. Oh look, my messages got likes, just like this video should. Anyway, I decided to not to the castle for a bit after Harvey Birdman, and went east where I found someone hiding in the trees.
Why won't anyone look me in the eye? I'm not that ugly, am I?
It's been a long while, Morgoth. Long and hard didst thou fight, tarnished warrior, spurned by the grace of gold. Be assured the Elden Ring resteth close at hand. Alas, I am returned. To be granted audience once more. upon my name as Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. That will be all. Thou didst me good service, Sirach. I've given thee courtesy enough. Now I fight as heure, warrior!
Onde de choc imparable. L'armure qu'on a joué. Il y a 1,2 million là, il y a 1,2 million.
I see. I'll remain with you. He made me who I'd like to return the cup.
Même à mon putain de level, le travail faisable que. Imagine. Il n'a plus de 100 levels au-dessus du truc, il est infaisable. Je n'arrive pas à comprendre des fois je là. Franchement, je là, c'est. Du foutage, je gueule, des fois. C'est clairement du putain de foutage, je gueule. Le jeu, il en fout d'où, littéralement, en fait. Il est juste insane. That's insane. Ça sert à rien. Bah, vraiment, ça sert à rien. Finalement, c'est juste la merde en boîte. En fait. Même buffet, c'est. Le temps esquivé, on va gagner. Même pas, il a moins. Vraiment rien. Littéralement, putain. Tout ça fait que mal à farmer, il a littéralement servi à que dalle en fait. Il se passe ce truc comme si de la merde en bas constamment. Tu me poses la question pourquoi Michel va mettre un gelaté. Clairement, me pose la question. C'est long. Et bon, bien. Je voulais. Tu même pas sur le guillet là. On a putain du tout. Ok. Nickel, même pas que ça se passe. Voir rien. On n'arrive pas à croire que le dire, mais putain, il a plus de 100 niveaux au-dessus du gars, et pourtant le gars est démontant comme une grosse miotte. Il est juste insane. Juste inconcevable, putain. Inconcevable, t'es. J'ai jamais mis de réponse à une. Sans mettre dans les commentaires. Je suis fatigué, putain. Oh putain, t'es... Appuie le bordel de bouton, gars. Il est insane des fois. Putain d'insane là. Roule les trous de mana ou quoi? Chier putain. Oh, ça choque comme grosse merde.
Ele não sapato minha amiga. Isso aqui é muito bom. Ele não sapato minha. Ele fica malhado direto. Porque não tem velho, né? Она кисливается, кирите подъезд, а ты? Это вам как не так. Sampai, memang masa, ekonomi yang digunakan itu sampai, orang yang cepet lagi. Kami bulan lepas terlalu biasa, ini bulan semakin aku ngayar stres. Ini kan, kalau itu ni rasa kerja semua boleh, dia. Today is nothing. That there's no encantado. Yeah. Yeah.